Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, as always, and time for some new stuff. The new Fight Night. We're excited to be here. Excited to have a lot of crazy stuff going on. How you feeling, Blev?
I'm feeling great. It weirdly feels like a Friday, considering we've done 53 of these so far. This is 53, I think. On a Friday, so definitely feels a little bit like a Friday, but it's a Monday. We're kicking it off with some new stuff, Cassie.
Yeah, instead of closing out your week with Fight Night, you get to start your week with Fight Night. Start on the right foot. Get some exciting Legends of Runeterra action. We're going to be jumping into the game soon enough, but before we do that, Blev, why don't you go ahead and break down the format, the nice new format that we have here at Fight Night Legends.
It's true. I don't get to say the same old format. This actually, I think, is... This is showing the old format, but it's okay. This is a lie. Don't worry. We've got a new format here. This is going to be Riot Lock format. The players have brought 3 decks with the band, just like the seasonal. So if you're used to the seasonal format, this is exactly what we're going to be playing tonight. And we've still got that sweet $200 prize pool, Casa.
$200 up for grabs, going to the 8 competitors that we have invited here today. Blev, let's take a look at this bracket. Let's talk our way through it. Let's find figure out who's going to be playing today, who's going to be our featured matchup. Excited to see these players come and compete. And oh, there you go. There's your format. There's your format, Blev. Now we go over to the bracket. Here we got Kevor24 going up against Tiburon Blanco, Kanan versus 4LW, Bitter versus Card Gamer, and Majin Bay versus Loser Beam. And Blev, we're going to be going to Bitter versus Card Gamer to kick things off.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Bitter was our runner-up in the last Fight Night AM, which wasn't last week. It was the week before, but you know, we're pushing this Fight Night to count as, I guess, last week's Fight Night. I don't know. I had a metaphor about daylight savings time that I think only made sense to me, so I won't bring it up here. I'll just bring up the fact that I brought it up in other places and it didn't make sense. So that will make sense to you now, because that's how metaphors work.
Wow.
But
thanks,
yeah,
Blev.
Bitter. You're welcome. Did you get that? Do you want me to start over?
Okay. Keep
okay. So Bitter last week, old 2-deck format. We had brought a hyper-aggressive lineup to try to target Ari Kennen, and actually worked really well against the majority of the field. Of course, Kever was able to take him down in the grand finals, but it was not before he took down Darkodius, as well as a number of other Ari Kennens. It just was not able to... they just weren't able to stabilize. It was really only Kever on the Go Hard version of Ari Kennen that was actually able to take down Bitter, and boy, was it close.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the big things that we're going to be looking at here is these lineups and taking a quick, like a big look, a deep dive into the lineups of the day, because the seasonal is coming up this weekend. And so a lot of the lineups that you see here, now that we have moved over to Riot Lock, will be lineups that you will see for the seasonal. And we immediately look at Bitter's lineup. He has brought Akshan Sivir, Lurk, and Ari Kennen. He's playing Shurima in all 3 of his decks here today.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of when Shurima was one of the more dominant regions in Runeterra, and I think it's still definitely a good region. I mean, we see the Shurima splash in a lot of the Ari Kennen versions, or at least maybe the more popular one, besides the Go Hard version. Obviously, there's Absolver. some Absolver, very, very good. We see some versions of Shurima with the Arsenal in Bandle City, and I mean, we even saw, I think it was Black Boss actually brought good old fashioned pink yellow original with the
Azarelia.
Yeah, Azure Relic. I'm like, it goes away for a week and I forget it entirely. But
object permanence is a struggle for Blevins, but it's okay. We're
true.
We're
I do. Wait, where did everything go? Oh,
Yeah.
It's right there. That's not how that works. Maybe it is. But yeah, I think definitely a strong region now. I mean, clearly Bitter sees it as a very, very strong region for bringing it 3 times. One of the reasons I wanted to go to this match, though, was Card Gamer brought not the most innovative lineup necessarily, but brought a very interesting deck in. So they brought Ari Kennen, they brought Lurk, so we potentially have a Lurk mirror in this first round, but also the third deck is Targon's Peak Casa, a deck that I feel like we have to feature if we see it. But here's the Lurk here from Card Gamer. Pretty straightforward. I mean, it's definitely a deck that we see a decent amount, especially if you're on ladder and you're looking to win. You're certainly going to be going second against Lurk, and you'll probably be dead in about 3 turns.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been a pretty solid deck. We saw a lot of it in Mastering Runeterra, even towards the finals. A couple Lurks made top 8, or it may have been one. It was Jitamundo was on Lurk in the top 8. We saw some crazy stuff out of Lurk. We also saw some major whiffs out of Lurk as well.
Oh, yeah.
This deck can go very back and forth. It can beat itself. I have gone on record and say I hate decks that beat themselves, but I do kind of like Lurk. It's still a lot of fun. So it will be cool to see some more Lurk. The fact that this is finally becoming a tournament deck is exciting to me. This was the archetype I was most excited about when it was released, and it just kind of fell flat for a while. We didn't see a ton of it other than like day 1 and 2 when everyone was like crying about Pike being OP, and then they realized, well, I guess never mind. But, you know, we finally get there, and we're going to get to see more of it. Here's Targon's Peak as well from Card Gamer. This is a very exciting deck. Sometimes we just call it Targon's Band because people just ban Targon's Peak when they see it. A lot of people do not want to deal with this list. However, when your lineup is also featuring Ari Kennen, you may just have to leave it up, especially when your ban strategy is to ban Ari Kennen. You probably are just like, okay, well, I have to just figure out if I can beat Targon's Peak. The funny thing about everybody banning it is it's like, this isn't like the tier 1 deck. This isn't the thing beating everybody right now, but people are scared of this list because it is relatively unknown. There is a little bit of an RNG element of like, if they find Peak and Feel the Rush, it hits their Feel the Rush, you lose. Like, that's how it works. And it can high roll you, and people do not like to play against that. It's a lot of fun as a caster, though. Absolutely love to see Targon's Peak get played.
Super fun for us. Maybe not so much to play against, but here it is, the classic right now. Ari Kennen, I believe this is actually... Oh, no, this is the Go Hard version.
Yeah, this is Go Hard with
this is Card Gamers. Yep. The sign-ins really have, you know, become a staple of this deck for sure, at least this version. A lot of other versions have actually been picking it up too, despite... what the I think Darkodius and other followers of Darkodius and friends of Darkodius are kind of off the sign-in version on the more tempo version. But I mean, sign-in has really proven itself, at least in the Go Hard version.
Yeah, no, I mean, I prefer the Go Hard version quite a bit. I think it's good against the other side. Here we're going to start taking a look at Bitter's decks. We're going to start with Uxtron Sivir. Taking a look through here, this is going to be the Vicarian Bruiser at the top end of this one, which has kind of been the staple for quite a while in the Uxtron Sivir list. I'm a little surprised to see Uxtron Sivir. I know it's never really left, but I do feel like it has had its fair share of struggles recently. But end of the day, it's fairly even matchups across the board. We've seen a lot more Demacia falling into the Pantheon decks right now instead of seeing it with the Shurima, but it's going to be Bitter taking Uxtron Sivir. Their version of Lurk going to look relatively similar to the previous version we saw.
Perhaps even card for card. I don't know. There's maybe 1 or 2 cards different.
It's one of those decks that, you know, I talked about this with Swim on the Mastering Runeterra broadcast yesterday, and really it's just a deck that doesn't have a lot of room for deck building changes. It really builds itself. And so there's very few tech cards. You might see +1 or -1 Bloodbait. You might see +1 or -1 Bone Skewer. You might see +1 or -1 Rite of Negation. But just about every other card we see in this list is going to just be the same in every version of Lurk that you find. And there we go. Ari Kennen, Absolver version. So it does cut down on sign-ins. We only have 1. Some people will rock 0. And other than that, the Absolver is there to provide that additional win condition for your Ari. Give that overwhelm, so you just dash on through, get the overwhelm damage, find the victory. I tend to think the Go Hard version is better, has better matchups against what I expect to see in the field. But the Absolver version will certainly have its merits against the deck, like Targon's Peak that we are going to see right now.
Didn't get banned, Casa, which means we get to see it. This is exciting.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun to see. Faces of the old ones already there, but nothing to behold currently.
Nope. And no Targon's Peak. No, I mean, this is a lot of air and not a lot of meat here. Just kind of the setup. But this is, you know, we saw this happen a couple times in the Master Runeterra tournament, at least on day one, where it was like, man, this hand looks awful. And then they draw one card and all of a sudden it all makes sense. Like, if we see a Targon's Peak here, all of a sudden this hand looks really quite all right. Right? We'll go, we can go Catalyst into Targon's Peak. We still have another turn to draw it potentially. Not really looking too bad if Card Gamer's able to get a Targon's Peak. Granted, you still need more stuff after the Targon's Peak.
All right, we are still looking at this very aggressive opener from Bitter, able to go 1-2 and then into 4, but we don't actually have too much defense available for Card Gamer just yet. There's an Avalanche, which is going to be able to hit here, but the Sharp Sight in defense on the Akshan will lead to 9 damage coming through.
Yeah.
And so it does become very risky to go just straight for the Avalanche. The only other option really is to lead with Zoe as a blocker, but that just gets challenged away and you're still taking 7. So there's not a lot of fantastic options here for Card Gamer, and we're just going to see an open pass, maybe just accepting the full 9 damage, go for a Catalyst, ramp a little bit.
Sure.
Looks like Avalanche in response instead, knowing, hey, if you've got a buff, I'm going to lose out harder by casting it first. This is really good. It's actually punished a lot less than if you cast it before, in the sense of you would take the Sharp Sight damage. I guess at the end of the day, the damage is equal, but you still get the Sharp Sight anyway.
Yeah, it's it does end up being equal, which is interesting. I'm trying to think if there's other cards potentially that they're playing around. But either way, they do end up with the, you know, taking a bunch of damage, going for that Avalanche. You know, this is part of the problem with a Targon's Peak deck. You know, you mentioned Lurk beating itself. Well, Targon's Peak certainly can beat itself as well in a situation like this. Is exactly what Card Gamer's not wanting to see. A bunch of ramp and sort of, you know, very low impact cards and nothing to ramp into. Yeah.
It's having a really rough time getting going. Not being able to find a Behold is just a nightmare, because you find your faces of the old ones, which is just fantastic, right? You really want that in the early game. But nothing to Behold means that, first off, you can't ramp. Secondly, your ramp doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything, because you're not ramping into anything just yet. And so being so far on the back foot against Bitter right now is really, really tough. You have the Catalyst, still just finding a Three Sisters. We're still not drawing. You can see him frantically moving his hand through the cards because he can't do anything. The deck is just losing to itself currently. It is not doing anything good. And, you know, now what? We get a Charger. We got a Zoe and a Charger. Here comes Awaking Sands. Absolver's online because Akshan is leveled up. I mean, I don't think we're doing 11 this turn, but Bitter's going to get close to lethal, and there's still no response.
Yeah, it's even if Card Gamer, I think Card Gamer could pick the next cards of their deck, and it just doesn't matter. It's going to be too little, too late. You know, you can't. The Sivir Akshan deck is, you know, beefy enough of an aggro sort of mid-range deck to survive these avalanches and still have board integrity, still be able to chip away damage. You're getting value off of Akshan. You're getting, I mean, even the Waking Sands is going to hit for 5. Card Gamer able to do nothing except for play a 0-3 blank. Oh, how about a pair of them?
Yeah, I mean, you're just using them as chump blockers now because you can't Behold. Funny enough, though, this is just going to indicate to Bitter, like, oh, they don't have mana. Or they don't have cards. They don't have real cards in their hand. Oh, Bitter, come on.
Oh, Bitter is a known emote memer.
Ruthless Bitter.
Yeah, just had it lined up.
Look, I know we've heard his seasonal interviews as well, right? When he top cut a seasonal before, he's always a very funny guy, a bit of a memer. He does known to meme from time to time.
Sure.
And is going to slap that Teemo emote down. force these chump blocks. Catalyst will keep Card Gamer alive.
Okay, we could Absolver.
Well, it will keep them alive from this current attack, but you could Absolver and end the game right now if you're bitter. You just don't know if you're going to get frozen or what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And we know there's 3 sisters here, right? Like, Card Gamer's not dead, but are they really living?
Yeah, I mean, you can go for the Absolver now. Ooh, yeah, I don't want to put it on both.
Yep, this is perfect. I like this.
This is great. We can freeze 1, which will save, and then I think the rally should be more than enough here. No, it'll definitely be enough. Who am I kidding? They should. No, I don't think it matters. Yeah, that's the correct freeze target. I'm gonna go to 1 here. Only gonna have 1 blocker. Question is Bitter gonna send the message with the 0-6?
Yeah, I mean, of course. You have to swing with the 0-6.
I think so. Okay, 3 sisters, just showing that you have it.
Nice. Can't even cast it. I mean, obviously, Card Gamer knows.
Bitter, are you sending the message? Oh, also Sentinel's Horde procs too.
Okay. Bitter.
Oh, and Merciless Hunter as well.
Yeah. What do you want to do, Bitter? How do you want to do this?
Still
that's the question.
All D's, and he does send the message. I mean, it's actually just good because you get to pull it, but I like it either way. 0-6 coming into Rumble.
Oh boy. I mean,
Bitter
that was
taking it down.
You know, you hate to see it because you want to see Targon's Peak do something. You want it to do something. I don't need it to win. I just want it to play the game, and it didn't play the game. We just watched. We watched Bitter go into a training tool and test his card playing APM. Is what we just witnessed. Right? It's like
True.
He's playing like League of Legends and he went into practice tool. It's like he's playing Valor and he went to an aim trainer. All he did was practice putting his mouse cursor over his card and playing it down, and then dragging it out onto the field. Because Card Gamer didn't do anything that entire game, and it's not their fault. Their deck didn't draw anything for them to play. Well, it's kind of their fault. They brought, Targon's Peak, but
yeah, I was gonna say there's some amount of blame at some.
There's some level of blame there, but at the end of the day, like, you're hoping that it would at least play. You would hope that there was a match there, and there wasn't. But we're gonna get Bitter with attack token on 1. Some members of the community would just type GG and surrender the game at this point. He lurked on 1 in the lurk mirror. But we're gonna see if Card Gamer can actually just turn it around, because their hand actually has champions, right? Hand quality right now. I would say Card Gamer.
Oh, the miss from Card Gamer.
Well,
he missed it.
Oh, okay. Well,
no.
Well, just forget my point. Honestly, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Sometimes you're just sometimes you're just a better player.
Oh, and he hits Pike.
Sometimes you're just a better player. That's how it is.
True.
Yep.
Wow. I was actually about to ask, do you actually pull here, because there's a chance that if you miss the lurk, you get completely ranched. I mean, you have to attack, right? You just have to. I don't think there's any world where Card Gamer's like, well, if I miss lurk here, I lose the game. Well, if you don't attack, you also lose the game. So it's not in the cards for Card Gamer, ironically enough.
Yeah, and Bitter lurks Pike. So there you go. Get the death from below on the other side for Card Gamer as well.
Yep, that's and actually has the protection spell. Yeah,
can put Pike right back on top.
This is a pretty big tempo swing.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, Bone Skewer. Granted, the Pike won't be a Pike spell anymore. Yeah,
so Card Gamer was considering shuffling the Pike, because yes, you want your champions in deck. I saw a chat comment saying that you don't want your champions in hand. I get what they're saying, but also you have things like Call of the Pack and you have Bone Skewer in this deck. There are reasons you do want to see your champion in hand. You don't want to have multiple champions in hand unless it's Rek'Sai's, because then of course you get her spell and then you can put her back in. So it's generally okay to have champions in hand, in my opinion. From what I've seen in competitive matches, a lot of times in mirrors, if you have the champions in hand, you're actually able to do a lot more. Unless you just get very lucky with your RNG and you are able to lurk your champions throughout the game. So there's like a lot involved. I'm sure someone has real statistics, but from what I have watched personally, a lot of times it's not too bad to have him in hand. What is bad is going second and missing lurk. So we end up seeing Bitter just completely take him down.
Yeah, missing lurk, challenging a unit that just dies, about 13 other things that didn't go well for Card Gamer there. I will say that if they used the pike spell instead of just the actual bone skewer, they would have only went to -17 instead of -30.
That's true.
So
Yeah. So that was a round of Legends of Runeterra, or
technically
something. Technically, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll probably, because that was so quick, we'll probably grab another round 1 match in a second here. I think we'll probably check out Majin Bay versus Loser Beam as soon as we can get that opportunity. So looking at their lineups, Majin, Ari Kennen with Shadow Isles, of course. If you've talked to him at all, you know he'll never play any version but the Go Hard version. He's of course rocking Lee Sin Zoe, but generally when Majin plays it, it's just a Zoe deck. I don't think he's seen Lee Sin in the last month. And then he's playing Field of Mina, which of course is a random 7 special that has been reinvigorated once again, been brought back into the metagame. And here we go. There is Majin versus Loser Beam.
And
wow,
that was a quick
Lee
one.
Sin. Okay, so first time in a month. There we go.
There it is. We get to see the Majin Bay pop off. Not sure what game that was. Could have been game 2. I mean, I think that our lurk game that we saw was I think perhaps the fastest fight night game we've ever seen. It's got to be close. It's pretty hard to actually win faster than Bitter did.
Yep, there we go. So, I mean, Majin picks up that win in game 1. We just saw the final moment of that. We'll probably be jumping in with game 2 in just a second. But in the one game that Majin and Loser Beam played, Bitter finished his series against Card Gamer.
Classic.
And advanced to the next round, of course. So, I don't know, Blev. Go ahead. You had something.
I did have something. If you're watching us on twitch.tv/GiantSlayerLOR, you're going to want to go over to twitch.tv/GiantSlayerTV because in a couple weeks, we're going to be switching over to GiantSlayerTV permanently. We've got the duo stream right now, but we're going to be at GiantSlayerTV permanently. That's the chat I'm looking at. And I know everyone loves when I interact with chat. So if you want to interact with me, it's GiantSlayerTV.
Well, everyone is a strong statement there for sure. So,
yeah, I think that I probably drove people from GiantSlayerTV back to GiantSlayerLOR. So, either way, if you want to watch Fight Night, whether you want to interact with me or not, you're going to want to go to twitch.tv/GiantSlayerTV. Yep.
All right, so we got Field of Mina going up against Lee Sin from Loser Beam. Both of these players, very well-known Lee Sin players. Loser Beam having a lot of recent success making it to top cuts of seasonals. Majin, of course, being Majin Bay, one of the earliest seasonal champions from Cosmic Creation, has top cut many different seasonals. I believe he is tied for the most seasonal top cuts in anyone in the Americas alongside Black Boss and What Am I?
Definitely a person I very early on put in the unofficial Blevins Giant Slayer seasonal Hall of Fame because it just, after a certain point, it's like, oh, well, I'm expecting Majin Bay to make top cut here. You got to open up some spots for other people. It's like, we know he's going to make the top 32. Let's feature some other people.
Yep, for sure. It's always good to feature others. Crescendum coming out. We are going to get the double Eye of the Dragon. That is going to be able to create some early beatdown. But double Blighted Ravine available for Majin now. Blighted Ravine plus Ice Shard would be a way to deal with these, or at least threaten to push more. And wow, this Resonating Strike is going to get punished quite a bit by the Ice Shard if Majin wants to do so, but he might just let it go through.
Yeah. It's probably not of much consequence to lose that faces. You got your mana now. Majin's not. I mean, it is technically ramping into Feel the Rush, but didn't have the Feel the Rush before you cast the pod here, so no real need to save it there.
Yep, and the Ice Shard can be used to pop spell shields and things later on in the game, so holding on to that resource, it's not required to be used at that point. You're still one turn away from this Feel the Rush. Now, of course, if Majin had the Feel the Rush in hand, we might have seen a different play. There would have been more consideration, I think, at that point.
Yeah, I think so. Because, we would have been essentially protecting it. Granted, that would have been... that would have probably drawn out a Twin Disciplines, so... still probably wouldn't have been able to cast the Field of Rush, but now Majin can. So he's facing down a Lee Sin, which looks like pretty close to leveling.
I mean, you just have to jam FTR, right? I mean, if it gets denied, it gets denied. Your opponent's never tapping underneath.
Well, I think you probably jam FTR after Lee Sin attacks,
yes.
I would imagine. Yeah, they're never tapping below deny, and, you know, saying, oh, you've got deny, I'm going to play around it, does not make the deny go away. Like, that's
yeah, exactly.
All right, Lee Sin coming down.
It's been a game that we've played for a very long time. Every single time that we have had Field of Rush in the meta.
Mm-hmm.
If they have it, they have it.
Yeah,
if
the NA way.
Yep. If they are going to hit you with a deny, they're gonna hit you with a deny.
Yeah, and this is actually a really, I think this hand really showcases that thought process, right? Like, Majin does not have the luxury of playing around deny here because the rest of his hand is nothing. So if Lucer Beam has the deny, Majin is essentially conceding this game. Maybe not literally, because Majin generally will play it out, and there's potentially other lines, but here it's like, well, if they had the deny, I probably lose, but if they don't, then we can continue playing this game.
So
if
you also see that reaction from Majin, because I just went and checked. This is a 3x deny list from Loser Beam. So you feel like you are navigating an absolute minefield when trying to play your FTR into that, and it really is just like, I don't expect to even win this matchup because you probably should have a deny because people will keep it in Mulligan or look for it even in a matchup like this. And with 3 copies, the odds are they do have it. But Loser Beam did not this time around.
Yep.
Majin gets to have his Tryndamere come out at 10-10. He gets to level up his Trundle. And now, you know, there's actually an opportunity to kind of come back into this one. You are still afraid of this Lee Sin, but that Ice Shard that we held on to earlier does give you the opportunity to actually break through a barrier if you pull this Lee Sin from the vulnerable it was given from the Ice Pillar.
That's a very good point. And we'll only... Trust 2 denies!
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no. We're seeing some interesting luck on the side of the... on the other side of the players we're watching right now for this tournament.
Yeah, it's... That's a bit rough on the card draw luck there for Loser Beam. See how they navigate with this 7 mana trying to defend their Lee Sin. They're going to go for the barrier, of course. First with the Pale Cascade for the draw.
Yep. Ice Shard.
There we go, Ice Shard.
Really good. That'll probably eat a deny, which will then get another Ice Shard. Lucer Beam.
Oh, he pulled the second Ice Shard.
He did. He sure did.
I missed that. I was like, yeah, the deny. It'll be okay. Loser Beam's still in it. He's just got to get the kick.
Also a deny for Majin Bay as well.
That's true.
That also could be probably not used because Majin Bay is going to want to counter well, as we see it, the Fallen Comet. That will certainly be a nice juicy deny target, but
yeah. The other thing you'll want to counter is like second Lee Sin's kick. So because you're at 8, so it seems more likely we'd see an additional. Wow, just let me come through.
Saves the Zoe. Wait, what?
Is this lethal?
Oh,
yeah, he's got deny backup.
Oh yeah, why not just go for lethal?
Yeah, okay, that's lethal.
There's Majin Bay.
Yeah, well done.
I'm over here like, I want to kill Lee Sin, and Majin Bay's like, I'd rather just kill Lucer Beam.
Yeah, tapped below deny mana, so Majin recognizing that that's kind of the go button, right? Like, you can actually go for the lethal there. Really well done. Really well executed at the end there. I kind of, the Will of Ionia was not initially the thought. You're just thinking about killing Lee Sin, but you can just kill your opponent. That tends to be a little bit better. And Majin going to pick up the 2-0 over Loser Beam. Move on. He'll be facing off against Bitter, who had that crazy fast round 1 in the winner's semifinal, and we'll see how the rest of the matches end up turning out as winner's quarterfinals kind of going through there. Blev, I mean, Targon's Peak looking pretty
sus.
Pretty good.
Is it? Is it looking good? I mean, I don't think we saw it perform a single game action.
No.
Oh, we're getting another game here.
Another round 1 matchup. Kever versus Tiberian Blanco. Looks like we got... Whew, what do we got here?
I think
Tiberion's playing Anivia. Wow, okay. That's the deck that I was like,
okay.
What Shadow Isles Freljord variant are we looking at?
Right, there are a lot. I mean, there's actually a decent number of SI Freljord decks you can bring. This Anivia one is sort of on the fringe and you know, tournament playable. We've got Iceborne Spiders, which has made a very big splash lately, and we've even just have good old fashioned like TLC, but like original TLC, like Trundle Ledros control.
Yeah.
Not the Watcher necessary, or not Lysandra control.
Okay, so going up against Lee Zoe. Looks like there was already a win from Ari Kennan for Kever. On the other side, Tiberion does have the SI Freljord list, and then Darkness seems to be the other list. So Anivia and Darkness going up against Lee Zoe.
Okay.
Oh, look, we got some updates.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Screen.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I just refreshed the bracket. Yes, looks like Tiberian won the first game. Yes. Okay. Won the first game with the... is that a Pantheon deck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shyvana version, though.
Oh, Shyvana version.
More Tarek than Shyvana right now.
Lately, yes.
Yeah.
Shyvana was in vogue not that long ago. I like both versions. I think they both have their merits. I think at the end of the day, the Tarek plus Golden Aegis synergy is just a very, very powerful proactive game plan that can really it can catch your opponent off guard, or more likely at these higher levels of play, really just puts a bind on what your opponent is able to do on their turn. Because if you have 4 mana up and a Tarek in play, you just can't tap below interaction, right? You'll just lose. You attack 3 times potentially on that turn, and it's absolutely game winning if you can get that off.
Yeah. No, I mean, cool to see that the Shyvana version was able to pick up that win, though.
Sure.
Because I think a lot of players were shying away from it, saying that they didn't think it was a very good tournament deck anymore. If you wanted to play Pantheon, you had to play Tarek. But we always love to see some champions that haven't seen much love in the competitive scene kind of come back, and Shyvana's one of those champions. I mean, so is Tarek, honestly. Really, just Pantheon has brought back some champions that we didn't get to see much of prior, and always nice to see that. That was one of the big things about this set that a lot of people talked about that they really loved, was that a lot of old cards that didn't receive any changes really ended up kind of coming back or coming into the meta for the first time, right? Like Ari Kennan bringing Recall, and, you know, seeing some champions like Shyvana, like Tarek. It's been cool to see these kind of adjustments happen.
Yeah, the last patch that we had almost felt as impactful, if not even more, than some sets we've gotten, right? Like it's crazy how you know, some key changes can really shake things up, and, you know, got to applaud the Legends of Runeterra team for the work on that last patch. It was just absolutely, I think it really breathed a new life into the game, unlike you know, many patches we've seen recently.
All right, but this is just going to be a pretty slow matchup, right? This is Anivia and Lee Sin, both of them having more late game win conditions. Kever trying to get his Lee Sin online. Tiberion will just be waiting to get that Anivia, the kind of cloning chamber, going towards the end of the game.
There it is.
Using the Harwing, the Rekindlers. Continue to get those back, but does have the turn 6 Anivia.
Yeah, the turn 6 Anivia is fine. It's not amazing. And Anivia in general against Lee Sin is also not necessarily the biggest win con either. As we see, Kever has the Fallen Comet, just really needs to not get blown out by like a glimpse or the spell whose name I definitely remember and I'm not trying to find while I'm still talking in this sentence and doesn't look like it is in their deck anyway, so I'm not even going to bring it up. The one that basically turns a Nivea into a rekindler and then you get another rekindler. I forget. It's got, you know, it's got the pig on it. I don't remember what it's called. Someone in chat will say it.
Gluttony.
Gluttony. There we go.
That's the one you're looking for.
Yes. Not in the deck, but it is in you know, some variants of the deck. But even just a glimpse is it does multiple things, right? It obviously draws cards for Blanco, but it also will put a Nivea. It will allow a Nivea to potentially revive once Blanco becomes enlightened, but also will put an Nivea into the death pool for Rekindler, for the Harrowings, for the late game win conditions.
Yeah, and Kever considering firing off a meteor here at the Anivia. Tiberian's going to be hoping that they have a glimpse if this does get sent through.
Yeah, and glimpse is really the only thing that is an issue here because there is no gluttony. Gluttony obviously would be a massive blowout, but
yeah,
like I said, not in the list.
Yeah, I mean, the only other option is to Vengeance your own Anivia, right? So, and this hits.
Which Kever's probably fine with.
But there's another one.
Okay.
Another one.
DJ Khaled summoning Anivia.
Zoe getting jammed. Double Zenith Blade in hand for Kever.
Feels like an avalanche. Yep.
Yeah, no response here for Kever available. These are just going down. You could heal the Eye of the Dragon. That I guess technically is a response, right? You can Guiding Touch here.
Sure.
Keep it alive.
It's not great, but it is, you know, it gives you some amount of board. It also will get you a Dragonling, which is going to gain you a little bit of life. All fine. You don't, you know, Kever, I think in a lot of situations would not save the Eye of the Dragon there, but because Tiberian Blanco spent all of their mana that turn, Kever is not actually going into a mana deficit there, still up a mana. And I think for the most part, that's probably fine here. You don't want to fall super far behind on mana, but even just having the extra 2 spell mana at this juncture might not matter.
Yeah, and Kever finds another Fallen Comet. That's huge. Being able to deal with these Anivias is incredibly important, not letting them go into the death pool. And Tiberian kind of showed that they didn't have a way to get rid of the Anivia previously, and they just jammed a second one, so...
Would have to be top deck
If
here,
you
right?
haven't found something... Oh, but it's at 3 life!
Ah,
Grasp becomes online, so maybe there's still no other answer, and I would imagine there isn't. Maybe a Vengeance, right? But I would imagine there's at very least not a Glimpse.
Right. You snap off Glimpse there, for sure.
Yeah. The 1 damage that Anivia had taken pays dividends for Tiberian Blanco because the 1 of Grasp of the Undying is in hand.
Wow.
Able to kill off their own unit.
Yeah, because, I mean, if Kever obliterates 2 Anivias, Blanco's deck really does not do much. Like, there are very few, if not any, I mean, there would be 1 more Anivia, sure, but, like, Harrowing, not good. The Harrowing essentially gets countered by, like, 1 Eye of the Dragon, even if you kill every other unit in the deck. Like, it's not good. Okay, Tavern Keeper. Now, Kever is not close to really being threatening. We see this Will of Ionia, which can slow things down. We see a stun, which can punish a development, or at least, you know, save some life if there's a development. But in terms of win conditions, Kever really not finding anything. Both or 2 Zoes are gone. We haven't seen Elise in yet. I'm assuming there just hasn't been 1 drawn. El Cascade, a Gifts.
All right. I mean, we're getting towards Tiberion's Enlightened turn, leveled Anivia, they've got the ways to continue the cloning. We could have a double Anivia board, right? There's a rekindler available. Looks like
9.
some kind of spell was being considered. I mean, there's 9 mana, but you're never ruinating with this Egg Anivia on board.
I don't think so. Does the egg dying... No. Harrowing will bring back eggs. That's right. Well, it rarely does because there's 0/1.
So,
I'm pretty sure it does
so long as there is, room on the board.
Right.
But they are ephemeral, so...
Right.
They will just die.
Remember when Harrowing brought back your opponent's units too?
I actually don't, but that
it
sounds
was a
right.
long time ago.
Like I know I was around when that existed because I've been around since the game started, but
yeah, it might have been still in beta, honestly, or early release, but it was definitely a long time ago. Yeah, it used to just whatever the biggest units were, period.
Oh, you
that's
know what?
would be revived.
I do because I remember Hecarim basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. I
remember Hecarim basically is the beta.
you play the mirrors, and if you survive the first one, you would just
you got an even bigger one.
You would have a bigger one. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Man,
What a wild time. What a wild time that was.
Yeah. There was. A little bit of finagling by Tiberian here. Ends up killing the Wounded White Flame with a box. Now, when it Kever's turn,
He's got nothing.
Got a bunch of air.
Yeah, where's your Lee Sin? Heal yourself. Find him.
Kever, notably, is one of the 2 players in the infamous Kever versus Yost Fight Night match where the Lee Sin mirror went to like turn 30 and neither player had a Lee Sin.
Yep.
Classic.
This is exactly why I bully Lee Sin players. By the way, this is why. This is why I bully them.
Okay. Using a glimpse here. I mean, Tiberian just needs cards at this point.
I would have thought about the deny. I would have considered it. But end of the day, you need to be able to deny the vengeance to protect your Lee Sin. So I get why we're keeping
it. Or
the
Harrowing to not die.
Yeah, There's reasons to keep it. Is he running 3 as well?
That's a good question. So
that brings up a good point. There's also a will in hand. That would be better. Yeah, I'd will it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because then you don't have to think about it. The deny you have to be really concerned about. You need it for a lot of other things, but
right.
Yeah, you can will that.
Yeah, I definitely like will there.
Okay, but another Anivia put into the death pool for Tiberian.
Yep. Does not feel great for Kever. Also, bringing Tiberian. I mean, Kever has a ton of cards in hand. In fact, so many that he opened with he cast that palm just to get a card out of hand.
Yeah, and Kever's on 2 deny notably, so that does mean like you probably never deny that glimpse. You need these, but the will I do like the concept of just a will there.
Wonder, is there ever thought to Kever using a hush on that Anivia that was getting glimpsed? It at least kills one Anivia, right?
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, right? It's just getting, it's still going into the death pool, and like, it seems like that's all Tiberian's doing is putting Anivias into the death pool.
Right. Well, yes, but like that glimpse puts a Anivia in the death pool, and also still keeps this one. Like the hush.
Excuse me. Wait, Blev. Kever just recalled the Agnivia back, and then Tiberian just played it for 1 mana.
Yeah, why would... Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. See, that's why I'm saying I like the hush on the Anivia better, because there wouldn't be an Anivia in play right now. Am I missing something? Is the hush not good? Chat? Anybody? I got nothing.
I mean,
I get, yes, the hand size thing makes sense, but Hush also is -1 card in hand.
Oh, man. That's really funny. That's really funny. He probably didn't know, like, what would happen, maybe? I don't know. Anivia's been out of the meta for a while. Because like there's a certain
that's
level
true.
of
You can't hover the
yeah.
I for hush. That's fair.
There's like a level of him trying to get the card out of hand. Oh, I'm just talking about the will. He's getting the card out of hand, but like he could have cast it earlier, right? Like I had to think ahead and try and like utilize the spell earlier in the turn.
Sure.
And maybe he was just doing some science there at the end. But here's a Harrowing to just get a bunch of Anivias on board.
Yep. That's good. Now, I don't think Kever would be in a much better spot. Still in a pretty dire spot, but I gotta say, willing the egg probably not the play. And is Kever locked out now?
He actually cannot play.
Literally can't play any cards.
Wait. So that means he can't play the game. Like he's actually
it's over.
done.
It's actually
his hand
gone.
is full.
I've never seen that happen.
That's so funny. That is
I've
so
never seen that happen.
Because like even if he draws, it doesn't matter. It just gets burned because he can't empty his hand.
Literally can't play the game. I've never had that happen to me or seen it happen. It was the first time for everything, I guess.
Tick it on to the reasons I hate Lee Sin. Tick it on. Just add it. Just add it to the reasons. Add it to the list. That's really funny.
Lee Sin getting 2-0'd by Tiburon here, and unfortunately for Kever, our returning champion, not going to at least win in the first round, but this is of course double elim Casa, so all the players that we saw lose this round still have a chance, but it's going to be Tiberian and 4LW on the top, Bitter and oh, we're looking at it right now. There we go. Bitter and Majin Bay also taking the wins.
Yeah.
But everyone in the losers bracket still got a shot.
Yeah, 4LW finding that victory. It's the only match we actually didn't get anything on stream. Normally we only get one match per round, so we got 3 this time because people playing a little bit
zoomers.
fast, so we love that. Love to see it. And you know, 4LW picking up that win off stream. We'll probably check in with them later because I mean, 4LW, what a beast. I'm glad we get 4LW coming back to Fight Night. I mean, always exciting to watch. He brought Soraka Tom and Bandletree this week, by the way, Blev. That's gonna be that's not,
I think those are pretty decent picks for this meta, actually.
What's funny, I agree, they sound pretty decent. Not what I'd expect, you know? It's not really like the top of my list of decks that I'm expecting to see. So that's going to be a lot of fun to check that out in a bit. As we're done with round 1. Winners quarterfinals in the books. Winners semis coming up. Iberian Blanco versus 4LW and Bitter versus Majin Bay. Blev, I mean, what? It's been a good time to come back to Fight Night.
Oh yeah, it's been a great time to come back to Fight Night. It's nice seeing the new format. I mean, it's new for Fight Night, but obviously is not a new format for LOR, as this is, it's the right lock format. So I think even more so, this is familiar to the players, and it's a perfect time, for these players to get some reps in right before the seasonal, high level play. And, hey, if you're looking at the seasonal as well, maybe you can take some of these lineups and try them out if you're qualified. Always a good spot to see these great players playing these decks. Yeah,
a lot of fun. Exciting to see these players. Exciting to be back to Fight Night on our new day on Mondays. And if you're checking out over on Giant Slayer LOR, our old channel, make sure you come on over to GiantSlayerTV. We are moving all of our Giant Slayer content over to this channel. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff here as we work through this rebrand. So make sure you're checking out on the main channel, because in a few weeks, Giant Slayer LOR will not be streaming the Fight Nights anymore. It will only be on Giant Slayer TV. So with that, round 1 over. Round 2 coming up in just a bit. We're going to go to a quick break, but Fight Night Legends returns after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. We got through round one. Moving on to the winners semifinal. We're going to be jumping in with 4LW versus Tiberian Blanco in just a second. Blev, we just saw Tiberian take down Kevor 2-0 over Lee Sin. Lee Sin getting put in the dirt.
Is getting put in the dirt, which is, I think, definitely something to take note of. I know, I think it was MTuck in chat was saying that Lee Sin was actually kind of favored into those matchups, and I tend to agree, at least for Anivia, probably, or at least maybe, I don't know. I don't know the exact matchup tables for Lee Sin, but hey, being able to take down Lee Sin 2-0 is, I mean, that way to do well at the seasonal, right? Like, there are going to be a number of people, maybe not as much in the open rounds, but certainly if you make it to the top 32, if you can 2-0 Lee Sin, you might be in a really good spot to go super deep into the top 32 of the seasonal.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it feels like the matchups, at least Lee Sin players will tell you, that the matchups there for Tiberian are not great. And at least for Anivia, absolutely agree. I think Anivia is a pretty poor matchup into Lee Sin. And obviously, that match for Kevor was unplayable, right? So it quite literally became unplayable. As no cards could be played from the 10-card hand, permanently would have just been burning cards off of the top. Very funny situation to see. One of very few decks, I think, that's ever been meta that can actually do that. So that was an interesting moment. Probably not on anyone's Fight Night bingo card, but now, you know, we've got this Anivia, we've got the Darkness, and Tiberian also was running Pantheon Shyvana. Is going to be going up against 4LW, who's going to be on the Soraka Tom, the Fizz Poppy, and the Kennen Ari. So the Ari Kennen Go Hard version for 4LW, as well as this is a Bandle Tree Fizz Poppy, which will be a lot of fun. But we're looking at Tiberian here. Tiberian, one of the oldest competitors we've actually had on Fight Night. Tiberian's been a big fan of Fight Night for a long time, constantly. You know, he'll tweet at us from time to time, and I know I think he was stepping away from Runeterra soon, so we've got him kind of in a last hurrah here on Fight Night, getting a shot to see if he can take down a Fight Night. So excited to have him.
Yeah, 4LW mainstay in competitive LOR, of course. And I gotta say, 4LW, we hinted at it before. I'm really liking this lineup into this meta right now. I think Bandletree, and we've talked about this like months ago when Bandletree, you know, the decks first came out, or when the deck first was sort of viewed as a competitive deck. Like, it is an extremely polarizing deck. Like, it attacks the game in a way that is unique, right? I mean, there's only Starspring, really, which coincidentally is another one of 4LW's decks that can just win the game literally as an alternative win condition. And, you know, a deck like, you know, Vygar Senna, Darkness, horrible against Tree, can't do anything against it. And certainly, unless you get like weirdly aggressive draws, you're not racing the Tree countdown. Same with Anivia. Like, Anivia not going very fast, right? To outpace the Tree. So I actually really like that deck here. And similarly with TK Raka, as we see here, I mean, a deck that, you know, it's hard to say it went away because it always comes back, you know, when tournaments come around. Like, it never left the tournament,
right? So so tournament will always top cut seasonal with TK Raka, and then people are like, well, do we have to talk about TK Raka now? Is it still a deck? Is this still a thing that's going to happen? But I think one of the big things, and why maybe this lineup has been created by 4LW, is actually landmark removal is pretty rare right now, outside of Ari Kennen, which runs Homecoming, but you're banning that. So because that's not going to be existing, a lot of the other deck lists that are being run right now actually don't have a way to directly interact with your landmark. They're not going to be able to remove it. So as long as you can deal with their win conditions, you have inevitability because your landmark will never be removed.
Well, and even with Ari Kennen, Homecoming doesn't reset the Bandle Tree count. It just will stop you from, it'll stop you for one turn, right?
Correct.
And that's if, like, it'll stop you for one turn if you don't have mana to recast it, which, I mean, Ari Kennen can put the pressure on and sometimes getting that one turn perhaps even a lot of the time, it will be enough to push through lethal, as well as the tempo negative play of playing the Bandle Tree is not good against Ari Cannon. But like you said, it gets banned in this format, Cass, so we get to talk about bans on Fight Night.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, for the Homecoming, the Star Spring is a much more relevant landmark in that piece of removal. But as you mentioned, it can be relevant still for the Bandle Tree, even though it doesn't reset the countdown. Just the tempo loss of the 5 mana, especially because Homecoming generally gives some benefit to the Ari Kennen player as well. They're not just sending their unit packing and making you pay an extra 5 mana. They're drawing a card or leveling their Ari, or they're doing a lot with it. But wow, Ari Kennen gonna be up here still against Tiberian, deciding that one of these other lists was a little bit more threatening to him. So we are gonna be seeing Pantheon Shyvana against Ari Kennen to kick things off.
Yeah, I think that makes this is Tiberian. Tiberian's lineup is much more resilient against Ari Kennen. Vygar Senna, I think, is all right. At least when I was playing Darkness, I felt at least okay against Ari Kennen. And by okay, I mean I felt okay compared to other decks I played against Ari Kennen. You never feel good against Ari Kennen. Let me get that clear. You never feel great, but I felt better with Darkness, and I certainly won my fair share of Ari Kennen matchups as the Darkness player. I have to imagine Anivia, similar spot. You've got a lot of interaction. If you can, force out these recall spells with avalanches or the boxes, and then punish them with other things, with other pieces of removal, you're not in a terrible spot, because Ari Kennen does not generate a lot of cards outside of the sign-in, but that's a little bit late in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is immediately annoying for Tiberian, right? Because this Kennen comes down to block the goat right away. Recall comes back, play it again, goat's dead. Okay, well, sick. You've played 2 Kennens, which is going towards your win condition of the level ups with the recall as well. You've killed my goat. I didn't get a gem. I'm livid. it's really annoying to play against this deck list, of course. And already the Kennen getting so much value. And you already have both champions on board leading into a turn 4 with Wayfinder.
Yeah, this is interesting. 4LW looks like they're contemplating whether they want to attack. Sharpsight would force out a recall, which is not the end of the world, but that is the end of what 4LW has in terms of interaction. So it's really, does 4LW want to attack in and potentially, cash out this recall? Or are they just going to pass and let Tiberian Blanco get out of this turn unscathed?
Yeah, it might be okay to end up using the recall because you're going to turn 4 Wayfinder, and then you have sign in on 6, which will refill. But end of the day, the chip damage you're getting there probably doesn't matter. So using your resource in this position where the 2 damage you get in, I mean, 2 damage for your recall, probably not worth it. It's probably better to hold on to that for a little bit later, as now you get to go play your Wayfinder, set up a wide board. Shyvana's going to come in. You don't have a great way to deal with her straight away, but you can use this recall now and pull back something like your Droplet to draw a card, or pull back your Kennen to set up putting some damage down onto the Shyvana with the marks.
Yeah, I will say the recall, while it is a 1 mana spell, it's relatively innocuous. It is a card that you want to have on your side, right? Especially against dragons, because there's a lot more fight spells in the dragons deck. Not to mention the leveled up Shyvana, which has 1 built in. There's also the full complement of single combats. There's 1x strafing strike, and then 2 concerted strikes. There's a lot of spells that 4LW is going to want to at least soft counter with this recall. So it's not, even though it is just the 1 mana spell, it's very valuable in this matchup.
Yeah, and now 4LW picks up a Conspirator, so going to be able to get more recalls, can pull Kennen back for a Kennen spell, can pull Droplet back for a draw. You have a lot of draw already with the sign-in, but because you have this much draw, you actually might want to consider casting Go Hard, then recalling the Droplet, drawing. You're going to draw 3 more with sign-in, 1 more on the next turn as well, right? So you're drawing so many cards that it might just be worth picking up all of these extra cards and getting the Go Hard in the mix into your deck already, looking for that pack your bags. But we're not going to see that straight away from 4LW, maybe wanting other specific pieces of the deck before going for that strategy.
Yeah. Also, you know, Go Hard is a potential win condition, or rather pack your bags, obviously, but you kind of don't necessarily want to just throw it willy-nilly, because if 4LW draws, you know, like a second Go Hard in the next couple of turns, it's not really that great. You'd rather sort of backload it, where, you know, you get the Go Hards in later, you cast a bunch of them, chain the sign-ins, and then maybe like over the course of 1 or 2 turns cast a pack your bags, rather than like, oh, I'll put 2 extra Go Hards in, and then like in 2 turns maybe draw one at low impact. Because right now the Go Hard itself is quite low impact to this board.
It is. It really doesn't do anything currently.
Yeah. It tickles a dragon.
There we go. Sign-in first gonna come down. Get a couple of draws through there. We get an Ari's Charm. Second Ari is available, so 4LW can consider letting first Ari die. Save the resources.
Yeah. Little bit I'm not sure what the Shyvana is at. So it's possible that recalling would prevent the level up this turn, but it's also possible that it doesn't.
So if it does, it is worth, right? So what we can do is we can block Shyvana with sign-in. We can recall the Ari, and then you can actually take down the Shyvana with Go Hard, right? Or force a spell, at the very least. So if she's not leveling on her own strike, then definitely worth the recall on the Ari and the block with the sign-in, getting yourself there. It does feel like she would level on her own strike here, though.
Shyvana's confront. Okay, so going to
Challenger.
All right. Don't mind it.
Oh, also they hadn't committed the attack yet, so
right.
Has more stats. I forget about it. Like, I'm looking at the board. It's like, these attacks are committed. Where's the block? But it was still Tiberian's
I also
priority.
thought it was committed too.
I thought 4LW had priority.
Yeah, I'm like 4LW is really in the tank right now.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So yeah, there's not actually a way to deal with the Shyvana regardless. But it's just a matter of, do you want to save this Ari? You have a second one, so you might be able to find more value from this recall a bit later. Might be okay to just let this go through, but Tiberian's being able to put forth a pretty powerful board at this point with the Screeching Dragon, with the leveled Shyvana. Going to have a lot of value there, and 4LW doesn't have a precise way to just deal with it yet. No homecomings, no ways to push these things back, no ways to really interact with them. It's just going to be kind of chump blocking these dragons and trying to go around them.
Yeah, I will say I've been on the dragon side of this a lot more than the Ari Kennen side. I've played it on both sides, but this is where you really want to be on the side of dragons. 4LW playing like they don't have a homecoming, which of course we see they don't. But having the leveled Shyvana, like, now Tiberian can really kind of just, play at his own pace. Not really getting a lot of pressure put on him. Of course, there's a homecoming, but Tiberian able to, maybe develop another unit, maybe not really even needing to open attack and just generate that free strafing strike, and then, let 4LW interact from there.
All right, here is a free swing because of the elusives, but Sharp Sight, of course, is a card that exists.
Yeah.
Runeterra.
Well, it felt like 4LW played around the Sharp Sight earlier in the game, and now we haven't seen a Sharp Sight. We haven't really seen an opportunity where Sharp Sight would have gained additional value. 4LW saying, I played around it. It's gone now, right?
Well, I think we're at the point where he just has to, right? Like, even if the Sharp Sight's there,
Kind of.
I don't know if he can afford to just sit around, because as you mentioned, the Shyvana is now going to be generating Strafing Strike every turn, right? And swinging in for a lot of damage, generating Strafing Strike, and because of that, I mean, it's really, really tough to stop this Shyvana. There is the sharp sight. I also worth mentioning, Confront is Grant, so this is just a challenger
Sure
on
is.
Shyvana from now on. So it's these are now becoming very problematic, and so I can understand why you would feel like you need to go for the swings now. You need to look for the draws, and this might just be a homecoming onto the Shyvana. Get your first strike in, recall your droplet.
Yeah.
Sorry, to better explain what I'm saying, you wouldn't use the homecoming on the droplet. You're getting your strike with the... Okay, well, you could do it this way, too. That's fine.
Yeah, okay, yep. This will save everything. Yep,
yeah,
this makes sense.
So, if you... Just for my sanity, if you do this with the Conspirator and then use it on Shyvana, Ari will strike, recall the droplet, and then bump, right? That's... Okay.
That is correct.
That's how Legends of Runeterra works.
Ari
needs that is the line I was
strike
attempting
first.
to explain, but I did say that pretty poorly.
I was like,
So,
if you
yeah. So that's the line that I was saying that I think I might have
think
gone
that's a
for.
reasonable line.
But this is probably just fine as well. You get 2 chip damage in if that's important to 4LW. Outside of that,
it could be.
Maybe just not wanting to play an additional Conspirator as well is potential. And there we go. Strafing Strike is going to be able to get nopified. However, there's still 4 mana for Tiberian for interaction and only 1 left for 4LW, so only recall as an option.
Yeah. I actually really like your line better because I think 4LW actually would want to cast Conspirator again. And Shyvana still has Challenger, right? Like this open attack is going to be threatening to kill 2 units. And that's without any other development. Well, Tiberian going to threaten even more units.
All right. Yeah. Still has the challenges coming through. We've only got 1 recall and a homecoming, so there are ways to save all of the units. You can also just save the units by using the single homecoming and get back both of them. So very likely we see that.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've got the Nopify and Deny here if we need it.
Yeah.
Well, actually only one or the other. But
well, and you will need it, of course, because the strafing strike getting generated.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shyvana, very powerful. We're seeing why this card can work in the deck when it can't be interacted with, when it can't be taken off the board, when it's allowed to level up, when it's allowed to stick around. It just becomes an absolute monster to deal with.
Yeah. Oh, and to be interesting. I guess just playing around Nopify rather than Deny here gonna end up being a bit of a punish. Although I suppose it doesn't necessarily matter if there wasn't another, backup spell anyway. But now it's possible that 4LW has an opening here. Leveled up Ari, certainly turns out is a pretty strong card.
All right.
Cannon can come down, stun Shyvana.
Yeah. Threatens the stun immediately and then look for a bigger swing in.
Okay. I'm wondering, I guess I'm kind of wondering why we wouldn't want to stun the Shyvana preemptively.
Maybe we want this well, we have another sign-in, so but potentially wanting the sign-in back in hand, the block of the Shyvana goes there to stop the Ari chain, you stun her, and then you still recall the sign-in, but then your Ari bumps. Suppose that might be the line.
Isn't that still possible if you just pre-stun the Shyvana?
Wow, no blocks.
Ooh, does this burn cards? Almost certainly, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
it burns
does.
one.
Yeah.
Off the top.
That's wild. Go down to 3.
Yeah, really, really making me like the preemptive stun even more, as now this mark essentially costs you a card off the top, which, while it may not have been the most relevant right now, still, as a random card is not great.
Can try and go wide here yet again. Still have 8 mana to play with.
Okay, so maybe just wanted to have the mark on Shyvana to allow a Kennen play as a development punish, I guess. All right, draw some more cards.
Okay, go hard number 2. Yeah, 4LW definitely considering how this line wants to play out. But Droplet coming down again. Only needs to be played once more. Oh, actually, no, that was the last time to level the cannon.
Yep.
Just thought we were still 1 off, but we are not. We are there on the leveled cannon.
Okay. Now, yeah, 4LW has the pack your bags in sight. Actually gonna end round here. I don't hate it. You don't really want to play don't necessarily want to play the Kennen because of the reason we talked about earlier of you want to generate the mark next turn to punish any development.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just hold on to the cannon. Development punish if needed.
Yeah.
Like, you do have other ways to get your units back, and Concuss Upon pickup does mean that the Shyvana is certainly not doing anything.
Yeah, open attack is not very scary here. Like, even like the plan here is to pack the bags, right? Like, and you don't need much after that, right? Tabiran's down to 7. Pack your bags would put them down to 2, and then attacks from pretty much anything will kill them. So even if the Shyvana open attacks kills a unit, and then we have the strafing strike to kill another unit, that's kind of fine. Also, there's still interaction from 4LW, so this open attack is really not great. Kennen now can come down, level up. We can now stun Shyvana to stop at least one of the kills now. Or maybe even just kill Goat.
Yeah, I mean, you still get Kennen's Lightning Rush off this as well, right? So you can recall, kill Goat with that.
Yeah.
Stun Shyvana. There's a lot of options available for 4LW, and only 6 mana from Tabiran to actually respond.
Yeah. Yep. Lightning Rush the Ari onto the Goat. We'll see Strafing Strike. We'll see Nopify. Or just Recall. That's fine too.
Okay, starting with Recall, force the Strafing Strike, then the Nopify comes out.
Yep, Strafing Strike. And this is a okay. Nopify. This is a technique I learned with Ari Cannon, playing some Ari Cannon, is if you have multiple recalls to protect a unit, you want to lead with the worst one first, so that if you have a better one like the lightning rush, you want to save that for last, so it has the highest chance of actually resolving and you getting the full value off of it.
All right, but leading into this next turn for LW, it should just be the ability to end the game. Having these elusives, you only have to be worried really about a sharp sight. Even then, you have responses.
Yeah, I mean, really, we have the cannon spell plus pack your bags is lethal. So, I mean, the RE is also likely going to kill, but we're very close to not even caring about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sign-in as well and an additional sign-in to try and hunt down those.
Yeah. We could also recall sign-in to play another one. I see Cephalopod wanting us to change the pronunciation.
That's because I can't read, and I've read this man's name for the past 6 months on Twitter as Tiberian.
Yeah, I thought it was Tiberian.
But there's no I there now. I'm noticing.
Tiberon. I see an I.
Okay, you know what I mean. I'm so mad. But
Tiberon
pointed out. Tiberon. There we go. But for the past 6 months, I've read it as Tiberian.
Tiberon, activate.
Oh, God.
There we go.
I can't read.
There you go, Seth.
That's the thing. My name is Casanova. I'm 24 and I can't read.
Mr. Blanco. Yes, that is
Tiburon. Mr. Blanco. Thanks, Boulevard.
I like Tiberon.
Darkodius, I don't know if that's helpful or not if you give me a bunch of different ways to say it.
Tiburon. Either way, they have lost here, and 4LW is taking game number 1, our second round here.
It is Spanish. Let's put a salsa. Damn it, Darkodius. No, Darkodius.
Oh, sorry. Tiberon. Tiberon. You have to really roll the R's there.
I can't roll my R's. It's a tragedy. It's actually my biggest flaw as a human is I can't roll my R's. I will have to say it's a bigger flaw than not being able to read. But you know. Oh God. Well, if you want to get in on the chat and know why we're laughing, you have to jump over to GiantSlayerTV. It's the new channel that we are going to be broadcasting on. From now on, in the next few weeks, we will not be broadcasting on Giant Slayer LOR anymore. So if you are on Giant Slayer LOR, do want to migrate over to Giant Slayer TV. It is the same stream right now, but in the coming weeks, we will completely shift over here. And if you want to know why, one of the big things is that we're trying to, make sure we can get partnership and we can get more emotes and more things for the community. It's better for us to have everything all in one place. So make sure you are jumping over here to Giant Slayer TV. And look, me not being able to roll my R's, I will accept that as the reason to not vote for me for your favorite caster. So I will take that. I will take that because it is my biggest flaw as a human.
I mean, I got nothing, man. I can. That's all I got. Some can, some can't. It's all good. It's probably, I think it's a genetic thing. I don't think it's like something you can practice either. I think it's just like you either have your like vocal cords are set up in a way where you can or they're not.
So I'm sure you can learn it, but I feel like it'd be easier to learn as like a kid.
I don't know if you can learn it because it's like, like what do you even say to someone to learn it? It's like,
well, yeah,
you need to do the roll. You need to roll the R. Just do that. Just do that.
We're done.
First, so like you go, and then you like that. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, chat. Welcome back to Fight Night, everyone. We took a week off. We're on Mondays now. This is going to be the vibe. You thought the vibe might be changing. It's not.
Listen to Blev purr. That's what you get, because that's what that was.
Yes, you need to purr.
Okay, all right. No, stop. Okay, so back to the match here. We've got some Soraka Tom. Look, there's a catfish on screen. Doesn't mean you can be a cat, Blev. It's not the same. Not the same. Not at all. there's fish part of it. It's important. Important distinction. And, you know, it's playing against a bird.
I mean, we can
do Tom Kench too.
Right. See, and this is better. This is where I want to be.
Yeah, I kind of like the cat thing.
This
Chat. If you like the cat better than the catfish, type
this is where I want to be. I want to be in the Tom Kench mode. I want to be in the
I'd rather be eaten than Tom Kench than hear you purr again, please.
Yes. Thank you for understanding exactly what I mean. I would rather be devoured by the river demon than listen to you purr one more time, Blevins. That is my preference.
Now, here's my question. If you get eaten by Tom Kench...
Not an isekai.
Okay. That's good. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here. Okay.
Not an isekai.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. There we go.
Even if he transports you to like a demon world or the devour... Okay. No, I got it.
Well, that probably would be it. Okay.
Ooh.
But we're not going to go into the... No. Not going there. Not going back there.
Chat might want it. I don't know. We'll see.
They always want it because they're degenerates like us. But we still, at the end of the day, have to talk about this game that's on our screen.
We've got plenty of time before Anivia does anything against TK Raka. Let's be honest. Also, this is... My estimation is that this is nigh unwinnable for Anivia.
Yeah, this should be like very rough. This should
I
be
gotta
pretty much
think
impossible.
it's not even remotely close to winnable, but maybe. Okay, yeah, Seth agrees. Okay,
yeah.
Why talk about a game that was over in Big Band? Okay,
Look,
just wanted to make sure.
I mean, yes, this one is it's pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal. You know what's funny is, during the Mastering Runeterra broadcast, we actually had a discussion about how, like, Runeterra, most matchups, even when we talk about, hey, this lineup is favored versus this lineup or whatever, it's like 70-30 is like the worst we get.
Yeah,
Normally, it's like 55-45, and you still call it favored, or 60-40, and you call it favored. This one might be worse. This one might be one of those outliers where this is really just very difficult to get there. And, like... You know, we had the same thing happen in the finals, right? I predicted that Finny would win 2-0. The rest of the panel predicted that Finny would lose because they thought that the lineup was favored the other way. Right. But the favor was like 55-45 and Finny was on aggro, so I said he's going to 2-0. Like, I'm on the event. Aggro's going to win.
Yeah.
And they need 2-0. So there you go, right? Like, it's just a lot of times in Runeterra, the matchup tables, like, it's not going to tell you exactly what's going to happen, but it is funny that people, you know, are talking about the lineup diff in the chat. This is like a time when they're right. Like, this might be one of those 90-10s. And, you know, that's okay. It's pretty rare that we see those, which is nice. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we've been talking about matchup diffs for longer than anything that's happened in this game, and we've missed actually nothing, is certainly a testament to that.
It's telling for sure.
Yeah. Tiburon might be casting an avalanche here to his massive detriment. That's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good, right? You just let your opponent heal. So it's either let them kill you or let them heal and Starspring kill you.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, let's see. 2 Blighted Ravines, 3 Avalanches, and a Grasp. All technically castable. Oh, and a Vile Feast. But you sure don't want to be casting them. Please bring back Tiberian has been called. Yes, so this is you can blame Cephalopod for the rolling of the R's.
No, that's the
Darkodius. Who's a fan.
That's the Darkodius problem. That one, I mean.
Well, Ceph was the one who originally brought up the pronunciation. Darkodius may have pushed me towards this, but. Anyway, we're seeing a Tom Kench spell cast on a Spiderling for and a Grasp. Wow!
I have to stop reading chat. It's just it's too good. It's too good right now. It's too good.
It's true. It's too good. And believe me, if you're over at Giant Slayer LoR, you're missing out at the chat over here, GiantSlayerTV. So twitch.tv/GiantSlayerTV, or one of the mods will put the command in chat. Hop on over, because this is where we'll be hanging out all of today and for all of the broadcasts from here on out. So Jump on in.
All right. Raka is leveled the next time we get one down. A
Yep.
little bit of healing coming through, but really it's just a big wide board that you can't interact with, because if you interact with it, it's losing. If you don't interact with it, it's losing. If you play cards, it's losing. If you don't play cards, it's losing. It's kind of losing. Kind of losing.
A little bit losing, yeah. This does not feel good if you are we'll go with it. Tiberian Blanco.
That's a playable card on the right side there, Blay.
That's true.
Yeah, we got it.
Not this turn, but yeah,
well,
it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't have enough mana for it, but at least like that's not a losing card when you play it, right?
True. That is true. That will actually like give you a little bit of chess advantage meter back towards you, I suppose.
Not actively killing you by playing the card.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's like every move you make is just the chess meter just immediately just goes down, except for that ruination. You can't. Is that glimpse? I think all the way to the left. Yeah, that's also
glimpse, yeah.
not literally not castable.
Okay, so we've got one castable card for Tiburon.
Yep. And harrowing for one spiderling.
Oh god.
I will say that casting Ruination here will probably prolong this game an extra 6 turns or something. So that's
great.
positive.
Yeah. Is that a positive?
For who?
Yeah, for who? For who? Please enlighten me.
I don't know. You're the one that said it was great. I'm not sure for who. All right, Pale Cascade. Draw a card. Okay, Shakedown. That's gonna actually. I don't think is. Actually, I don't know if you can cast it with no other targets. Like, I don't know if you can just do the 2 damage. Not actually sure. It looks like they aren't castable.
Well, we can slowly chip away at the HP and slowly heal up the Star Spring.
Yep. But that will. We're only going to get 2 ticks off the Star Spring from this. Because you can't gain more than 20 in Runeterra. Now, if you could cast the Shakedown on your Nexus to do 2 damage to the Nexus.
Yeah. And then use your Nexus to challenge the units on the board.
If you could attack your own Nexus.
Why can I swing on face, but I can't swing with face? You know?
Honestly, that would be a cool champion, like leveled up champion. Like it like attaches to your Nexus, kind of like a tough Nexus or something. And you can all of a sudden attack and block with your Nexus. I don't know what champion would do that, but it would be cool. Yeah. There's cards in Magic that are kind of like that. There's one that's called, I think it's called Form of the Dragon. And basically you play it, and then like what it is representing is you as the player turning into a dragon. Like your life total goes down to 5, and you get to essentially blast something for 5 every turn. Because like you become the dragon is at least the flavor behind it. It'd be kind of a cool thing in Runeterra. Don't know if it would be good, but it'd be cool.
Yeah, and I mean it certainly doesn't make any sense in the like lore side of things, so they'd have to really find a way to work that one in.
I mean, that's the thing about an IP that you can control. You can just make a new champion, right?
That's true. That's true.
Wow, I think.
Oh, good call, Seth. I don't play those game modes, but that is a thing that does exist.
Ooh, the walking fighting Nexus.
Okay. So maybe it can be a thing.
Just make a champion out of it, or it could be like an epic 9-cost follower or something like that. Could be interesting. Actually, that'd be really cool. You can have that one for free, right?
Implies you charge them for the other ones.
I will.
Oh, okay.
Nah, no, I won't. Nah, I won't.
Oh, all right. Here comes an avalanche.
One avalanche.
This does set up for Whale to respond to the burst speed heals from for all of you.
Yep. Blighted Ravine. All right, that's gonna force out some healing.
Ah. Sure is.
Yep.
Sure is, Blev.
Yep. All right, we're at 10 healing. I was gonna say that Codger, I don't think you can save that one.
Oh.
Do you want to save the other one?
Star Spring goes first. It looks
Oh,
like,
Star
so.
Spring. That's right, Star
Yeah,
Spring.
'cause,
Oh, okay. So it
start
actually
of
would have
round
saved.
versus end of round, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Finally, the
Actually-
Star Shepherd is gonna speed up the clock a little bit, right? And
Yep.
getting all that extra power.
Yep. 8, 10, 12. Can do. Oh,
We got
Flash
freeze.
Freeze will stop
I mean,
that. Yep.
We'll delay it a little bit here. You know, you gotta respect Deveron for trying, right? You're gonna
Oh, yeah.
you're gonna play in Fight Night. How often do you get to play in Fight Night? And
Right.
might as well take the shot, the 1 in 10 of winning the matchup.
Sure.
It might actually be worse than that. Holy, yeah, this might be one of the worst matchups.
It kind of
in the
feels
game.
like it.
It might be one of the worst matchups in the game, actually.
Imagine that you have. I want to say like. I'm just going to conservatively say 10 cards in your deck that you actually want to cast, and the other ones aren't just not good, they're actively bad. That's what this matchup feels like. Now, I guess we just wanted more
Just the most amount of healing.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
this actually ending it on the
Star Spring?
Star
It
Spring?
feels like it.
Okay.
It feels like it
Yeah.
because if it wasn't, I feel like you want to keep the Shepherd alive
Yeah.
here.
It might just be game on Star Spring with that. I imagine that's where the
that
Shen
makes
emotes
sense.
came from. Because, yeah, other than that, there's, like, no reason to get rid of your alternate win condition, I guess. I
Right.
mean, realistically, you're going to win eventually anyway. But,
Yep. All right, getting the GG messages coming through. The Avalanche comes through, and that's the surrender for LW, taking it down 2-0. You know, honestly, I'm a little surprised there, Casa, that we did make it through that match and didn't rip out any of our hair. Actually, I mean, it was just kind of boring. I mean, nothing happened, right? But it was still fun.
well,
I guess.
so
I mean,
in some ways, right, it's one of those matchups that almost doesn't feel like a game of Runeterra, right? It happened earlier in the Bitter match, but that was due to a poor draw on the side
raw
of Peak,
diff, yeah.
right? Like, Peak just didn't play the game and then
Mhm.
lost. It's funny, it's actually happened a few times today, right? The Lee Sin match literally drew a hand that they couldn't play the game. And then here, Tiburon could not play the game. So we've kind of seen that be a trend. I do, like, this is a Runeterra tournament. Generally, you want to play Runeterra for these tournaments. I don't know if that's what we've been doing today.
Right.
It is a new format, but it is still a Runeterra tournament. So just reminding chat
Right.
if they were confused as to what they're watching. Because it doesn't seem like Runeterra.
I mean-
but it is. But it is, yeah. But it is still Runeterra. I promise we're not bamboozling.
It does seem. It seems unlikely that we would get this many matches in a row of just like literal non-games,
Yeah.
considering we both cast. I don't know how long the finals went, but we both cast probably what, like 6 to 8 hours over the weekend of the same exact format with
Yeah.
many of the
Didn't see
same
any of
players, and I didn't see any of this. We
No.
saw a ton of really good games at least.
Yeah, no. We had a lot of good games yesterday, and I think it's just kind of a weird day. I mean, really, like we don't. This is very rare, and it's happened thrice, not twice, but thrice in the single day. But there's no way it happens again, Blev. Right? There's no way we see another match where it basically
possibly
doesn't look
happen.
like anyone playing Runeterra.
The script writers must have fallen asleep.
Yeah, I guess so. But anyways, winner semis are done. Majin picked up the win over Bitter. 4LW finds the win over Mr. Blanco. Moving on to the win. Oh, we're just gonna just shout out to Boulevard and no one else. But we're gonna be moving on to the winners final soon enough. Now, just remember, I know we're gonna sound like a broken record for all of you who are sticking around all day, but please, if you are on the Giant Slayer LOR channel, come over to the Giant Slayer TV channel to watch Fight Night. This will be the new home of Fight Night going forward. So please go ahead and come follow this channel. Come watch here. That's where all the chat's going to be. That's where Blev and I are going to be interacting with. So please come on over to the new channel. We can get everything all in one place. But with that said, winners final coming up, so don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends will return after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. Blev, we just got through the winners semifinal. We're moving on to the winners final, and this is a bit of a old school matchup, bit of a matchup that you would see at top level of many tournaments. I say old school, it's not really that old school, it's just more a time and time again we'll see a matchup like this. These are two top level competitors. These are people that would have arguments for best player in the Americas at different points in time. Even currently, people could still make arguments for either of these players as being the best or one of the best in the Americas. And we're getting 4LW versus Majin Bay, Brazil versus the US. This is just a very exciting matchup, and one that I can't say I'm surprised to see in our winners final.
Definitely not. I think I mean, everyone that's here tonight, great player. Obviously, we see I mean, that's fight night for you. Just a ton of very strong players. But I mean, you can pick out Majin Bay and 4LW out of a group of almost any number of players, and they're going to rise to the top a lot of the time because, like you said, consistent over a long period of time. Both very, very strong players, in their own rights.
Yeah, I mean, 4LW has been the innovator behind plenty of decks that we've seen. Pirate Aggro is one of the most famous ones that's a 4LW. Yeah, if you've ever seen Pirate Aggro, if you've ever been blown out by Pirate Aggro, blame this guy. This is the guy that you are blaming for that, because he was the initial kind of innovator of Pirate Aggro, was the one who was able to kind of take that to a master very early in his season after crafting it. And people at first kind of were non-believers, and guess what? It's kind of been in the meta since then. It hasn't ever fully left, right? There's been times when it's been in and out. And yeah, Seth actually bringing up a cool point in chat too, where it was just called 4LW burn. And that is a thing. We changed it to Pirate Aggro because it does, it's a lot more clear what that deck is. But that was just 4LW burn for a very long time. Incredibly skilled player. Someone that I've had the pleasure of casting for a very long time as well. And Majin, another player that we've also had the pleasure of casting for quite some time. Known more for the slower decks, not liking aggro as much, as we can see with this triple Ionia lineup that is being brought by Majin Bay. But, half of the Mastering Runeterra podcast, seasonal champion, a couple other accolades, known flesh and blood cheater, actually, as well, Blaze.
Well, that's, there's a thing that's consistent throughout all card game chats. It's, most card game chat viewers can't read, so,
it's my favorite.
They don't understand. The context is that he didn't cheat, or there was a mistake or something like that. I don't know.
It's a very funny. Majin memes about it more than anybody else, and I love it.
It's a funny meme, but without the context, they don't want to spread the misinformation that Majin is a cheater. But yes, it is quite funny that the chat thought he was cheating. Yeah. Oh, but Majin been at the top of actually quite a few card games, right? So it started kind of in Magic, I think, is the biggest background where he had some success. Moved to Runeterra, wins a seasonal. Flesh and Blood, where the meme and joke comes from, is he top 8 at a tournament in Flesh and Blood as well, which is exciting that he was able to do that while actually competing in Runeterra at the same time. Like, this is during his content creating career. He's just been able to pick up another card game and have success. He's just very skilled at card gaming, and as you can see, his skill immediately being showcased by having his old gods early on, and going to be ramping into a catalyst, ramping into a Feel the Rush for this field of meta. Oh, not even going to go for the catalyst. I guess it doesn't really change the math too much. You're still going to have Trundle next turn regardless. This gives you full spell mana. Maybe play the catalyst on a later turn. So as long as you're playing the catalyst before where you would have 9, you're still going to have the Feel the Rush on the same turn ahead, right? Still a turn ahead. So definitely still in a good position, but I don't think there's any way. There's not even the homecoming to deal with Tree for Mina Swiftfoot, and Mina does not bounce landmarks, so
no, she does not.
Tree is going to stay planted once it comes down. And again, this I guess with Feel the Rush you actually can race the tree, but Well, you better hope that you get it online early enough and your opponent doesn't have a way to deal with the champions.
Ooh, and Aloof Travelers. That's a huge pickup off of Loping Telescope.
Wow.
Even though the hit is perfect here, right? Going to be able to get that Feel the Rush out of hand, but just in general, very strong against a deck that is running so much top end.
Mm-hmm. And not to mention hitting P and Z for tree. It's not irrelevant for sure. We have the Buster shot to be able to stop the ramp. Of course, there's the Catalyst. But the attacks are now coming through. Going to get another Owlcat. A little bit of chip damage with Fizz, but I do not imagine that this game is going to end via damage, though it is certainly possible that it could if we don't ever see a tree. I like this from 4LW. Yes, you know, the Aloof Travelers will get rid of the Field of Rush, but you don't necessarily you don't need to cast it now, right? You need to cast it sometime before they have 12 mana, and casting it earlier doesn't necessarily help. You want to hit it either like the turn before they could cast it, or like on the turn they could cast it if it's on your first action.
Yeah. In fact, it might even be worse, right? Because of the fact that maybe Field of Rush is not there, right? Maybe Field of Rush is not in the hand, and if you wait, you might be able to snipe it later. Hitting Tryndamere isn't going to be bad, but you do want to hit the Field of Rush particularly. Like, that is going to be more important. So trying to hold it as long as you can, try and ensure that that Field of Rush is in hand, then remove it, is going to be a solid strategy for 4LW. Going to be playing down just this Poro as well, the Poro sled, just trying to summon more units to the board, trying to go as wide as possible, trying to burn down Majin at this point.
Yeah. And this is going to work out perfectly for 4LW. Next turn, 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. Next turn, not going to be able to cast the Field of Rush. And then 4LW's next attack token can open with Aloof Travelers to maximize the chances of hitting that Field of Rush, which we see he's going to be able to hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to hit as long as 4LW does it before Majin ever has a chance to cast with 12 mana. Then that is good, right? The last opportunity you want to do it is, of course, that first time that Majin can cast with 12 mana. And if you have priority, then you can wait that long. If not, you need to cast it before.
Yep. Absolutely. Now, the unfortunate part for 4LW is A, no tree. B, no real answers for a Field Rush if there's a second one drawn, which is obviously not great. We're getting some really great tree progress, though. But also this Trundle's leveled up. So, I mean, Field Rush is not the only win condition for this deck, obviously. This good old-fashioned play a regular old Trundle can work here, too.
Yeah, I mean, Majin can just jam Tryndamere this turn, right? I mean, we're going to see Aloof take out the Field Rush, but there's Tryndamere.
Yeah. Funny enough, would have been better to hit the Tryndamere this turn.
Yeah, and you found another Aloof as well, so being able to get rid of both of them would have been crazy.
Majin building his own Field of Rush now. Not quite as big, but also not that far off. I don't know. This Trundle's going to be, what, 5, 6, 7? So it's a little off in terms of raw power, but still.
Yeah, realistically, those stats only matter for the damage to face and ending the game, because 4LW's units are not going to be able to deal with these regardless. It doesn't matter that much as far as board control is concerned. So 4LW has to find the victory, has to find the tree, so they need to find card draw at this point. That's really the big thing, because needing to get to tree, and I'm curious, I actually, we haven't cast tree in a while. I have not been counting the units, but I know we've played Freljord, I know we've played Bilgewater, I know we've played PNZ, I know we've played Ionia. But we're still missing a few.
Yeah, we have Shurima in hand.
Yeah, we're looking for a House Spider probably, because I don't think
House Spider would be great, and I think Targon as well. So we're actually, I think, a little off of tree. We're pretty far off a tree. At current rate, we're not racing what is on the board right now.
Pokey Stick would give draw, but the thing they're getting
discards a Trundle. Sure. Icequake probably would end the game, so that's like an Icequake on Majin's turn would probably end the game. So a fine one to get rid of.
There's
okay,
tree.
there's a tree.
So
we are at 6 of 10.
We were about right. We forgot to mention
just about
Targun,
right.
but we did see the telescope as well. That's, I mean, that's not close enough. Here's Nox's card, but not the Shadow Isle combo that you need with the House Spider. And I mean, yeah, Sentry is cool because it can punish if Majin doesn't open attack, but why wouldn't Majin open attack? He has double will in hand and 2 overwhelms.
I mean, I'm trying to think of a reason, and it's not there. Majin snap passes with 12 mana. 4LW has to do something. Oh, yeah, this one's looking doomed.
No, I mean, just don't even need the FTR if you find both champions and you're able to just end it that way. Blighted Ravine's just going to clear up pretty much all the blockers on top of that. And really, it didn't even matter if you had the blockers or not, because the Will of Ionia is just going to let you push through the full amount of damage from the Tryndamere and the Trundle.
Yep.
It's just not going to work out.
No.
Single mini morph doesn't do it. You'd need 2 of them. You'd have the mana to cast 2 if you had one in hand already, and that could save you, but it's just not there.
Yeah, nothing's getting you. Definitely nothing's getting you through the wills, but from 4LW's perspective, I think even without the wills in hand, are probably doomed. Even if we draw the mini morph.
If Majin trolls out of his mind, then 4LW can survive here. And he doesn't. He's going to swing. So there we go.
Turns out Majin Bay good at the game Legends of Runeterra and is going to take down 4LW in game number 1, the winners finals.
Yeah. 4LW may be able to bring this back. I mean, Fieldamina being able to pick up that win is going to be tough. I actually missed what the other deck would be, but I imagine it's Lee Sin. I don't know if you're leaving Kenanari up.
I have to imagine it's Lee Sin because you've got I think Tree is fine into Lee Sin, and TK Raka is also fine, and Ari Kennen is also fine. So you're probably, I think 4LW might actually be favored to 2-0 Lee Sin here.
Well, Majin found Lee Sin, so
yeah, I mean, from a game to game, obviously Lee Sin can still win. This is not the like the match we just saw, right? But I think in terms of just like deck lineup, I think 4LW is actually favored from this point with the Lee Sin still being up.
Well, let's see. I mean, we've got the House Spider. We had the Protoporo on 1. Bandle Commando going to be able to give us Ionia. So we're getting there pretty quickly already. Poppy for Demacia, right? So Freljord, Ionia going to be done.
5.
Nox's Shadow Isles, Demacia. So that's all going to be done. That's 5 of 10.
Yeah,
that is going to be done relatively quickly.
Hey, oh, wait. Comet. That can get rid of a tree. That's right.
That sure can.
I forget. Oh, well, Targon is there.
Yeah, would have to find an additional tree. But yeah, Targon's there, so we're going to be at 6. Very soon, there's 2 trees. All right.
And there's another tree.
That's all you needed.
Lorax rejoices. All right, 4LW really just needs to stem any sort of bleeding that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a turbo tree. This is a turbo tree.
Oh yeah. Yep. Sonic Wave. Just gonna pull Commando so that Zoe can get through. This will get the Pokey Stick, which is gonna resolve here.
Yeah, no defense from Majin. You always throw this out at your 4LW too, because even if you're playing around cards, I think like make them play it on the Zoe. I think you're fine to throw out a Pokey Stick. It draws 1 anyway. Yeah, it's pretty low risk. You don't need this Pokey Stick for anything else. It really is to hit Zoe. Does decide to pass it though. I guess wants to play Poppy. Okay, so that is the only reason you wouldn't play the Pokey Stick, is you want to play this Poppy. Gonna go for the buffs, try and create some board pressure as well. That is understandable. Does end up giving a super cool star chart to Majin for that, however.
Yep. I think that's a fine exchange. The super cool star chart doesn't do much against this open attack, which is putting on a decent amount of pressure, right? Like this is, I mean, Poppy's been nerfed, but Poppy is also still Poppy at the end of the day, right? You're still getting a lot of value here. We're coming through with what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 11, plus the impact 12 damage on the open attack. I mean, that's pretty good. Obviously, the Dragonling sort of changes that a little bit, but this is sort of, you know, it leaves open the avenue of, okay, if both of these trees get dealt with, there's no real mana efficient way to deal with them. So if 4LW can keep the pressure on and force Majin to take these mana inefficient tree kills, you can just win the old-fashioned way with Poppy.
Yeah. We just get Crescendum coming down. That's going to set up for double Dragonling. It doesn't feel like you're pushing through 2 Dragonlings, so slowing down your tree, I don't love, but I think it's going to be just okay for 4LW.
How often do you play around Ruination from the tree deck?
Was Majin the one on 3 denies, though? No, he's on 2. Okay. Yeah, it just feels... It feels like you can't go for that because you don't have other things that are going to be denied, and you know there's 2 in the deck.
Well, that's the
Or
thing,
is that
though.
your point, that they're not going to tap, or they might tap below 4?
They're not going to leave open deny because there's nothing else to deny.
Okay.
That's the point.
Understandable. Yeah.
Yeah. Or at least the thought, right? I mean, it probably doesn't matter all that much either way, but certainly it certainly could be an interesting wrinkle to the matchup because there's no way Majin's playing around Ruination.
Okay. Bandle tree, 7 of 10. You still need Shurima. Still need Bilgewater.
Okay.
Missing the last one.
PNZ.
Yep, PNZ, you got me.
Okay, those aren't the hardest to get.
Yeah, I mean, gonna probably just get them from tree. I would think that we might see, because there's 2 copies, right? So I feel like you can slam one.
Yeah, it is possible. I think on the one hand, yes, we have the 2 copies. There's only been one big, or I guess medium celestial possibility in Majin's hand, so...
You have 3. Please play one. There we go. Yeah. There we go.
All right.
And first one goes, but that's, you know, that's just fine.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is kind of. We're getting 0 value off of the tree is the unfortunate thing for 4LW. Like, if 4LW was able to, She Who Wanders, hello? If 4LW was able to...
It hits everything. But
yeah,
listen,
including
in response, you can play buffs and it won't do it. But it's very funny. And it's also followers, so Lee Sin never gets hit.
Lee Sin never gets hit, no.
Yeah.
Just want to draw a card with Cosmo.
Yeah.
Or are we calling Cosmo Winston now? I don't know. I think that might be
just for Mo. Just call Cosmo
just
Winston.
for Mo.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an exchange with the Play Runeterra Twitter account. Mo was like, if I win seasonal, can I get a Guardian of Winston? And they just linked a picture of Cosmo, and Mo's like, touche. So I think canonically,
Cosmo has become Winston. All right.
Yeah.
I'm down to call Cosmo Winston. I'm for it.
I'm in for it.
All right, still 5 mana left for 4LW, so we could see another tree slam. We did just get PNZ, and Majin is now tapping down to just 2 mana, so I fully expect.
Yep.
There's the tree.
Yeah, I like this tree a lot better because you're at least going to get 1 card off of it. I don't know if there was really a way to navigate the last one to get the card off of it, or at least without like just throwing units away or making it very obvious that you're trying to just pass priority or open passing and potentially just losing your turn. But I do like this one because we're at least getting 1 card, because right now, we're at 8 of 10 now. We're going to get the 9th off of this tree. And then if we can draw... Ooh, okay, that's a
Still expensive.
All right one.
Oh,
and
so
then
much
we
better.
draw the Shurima.
So much better, but unfortunate that you actually didn't hit the other thing that you didn't find, right? You found Shurima. Would have been nicer to hit Bilge.
I don't like the Poppy here.
I guess the big question is, why are we going for Poppy, right? Like, what is the payoff?
Is it just like the read that you don't have another tree? Oh wait, no, now there's no comet. Wait, there's no comet mana for Majin.
Currently no comet mana. Still gonna be one off.
4LW is gonna get the last. Is gonna get the 10th.
And because you're at 10 here,
Okay.
Comet gets played on this one after you play Jack.
But Majin drew the Overwhelm. Is that enough?
Well,
Does he have enough?
There's a mini morph. It's a mini morph here.
Oh, yuck.
Yeah. So
Also, I don't think
4LW
it's
might
enough
have
to
to play
kill
that
anyway.
this turn to ensure that they don't die.
Right.
Majin must not be playing any spell shields. Yeah. Because if he's playing Bastion, you have to jam this mini morph immediately. As soon as you have priority. But because there is no... Well, once he has Overwhelm, I think you do. Because if he gets priority, he can just play Bastion and you lose. Unless you have like... Well, yeah, because it's burst speed, so you can't even like pokey stick it off.
Yeah.
But there's no way. So there's no way to generate a spell shield at fast speed for...
Right. But if there was
sorry,
another
burst speed.
Lee Sin, I guess you're fine with that.
After the Overwhelm's been cast, I mean, really, that's kind of where you're at, though, right? It's like you almost have to go for it. But 4LW has the luxury of being able to wait, right? Because he's completely fine, he's completely safe.
And third tree. Why not? Majin with the sad Poro in shambles.
Yeah.
4LW going to get the alternate win con here. There's that beautiful tree animation. That's going to be 4LW taking game number 2.
Bandletree's back. It's made it to the winner's final. It finds a victory over Lee Sin, and now that's just looking like Soraka Tom Kench has to come through and pick up a win against Lee, which it can. It can find those wins. It absolutely can do so. We've seen Tom Kench especially take control of boards against Lee Sin in the past, so I think that's going to be a major concern that we're going to be looking at for the side of Majin is how do I deal with the Tom Kench? And there are ways to do so, right? You've got Hush, you've got if you get your Lee Sin online and can kick him out of the way, that can work too, but can be very scary when that champion does hit the board. And Majin finds his Lee, keeps it. Majin PTSD of having Lees in the bottom 5 of his deck will always keep. I'm kidding. I mean, you keep Lees in. It's just correct. But I love the narrative that Majin is scarred. He did have a seasonal game where it went down bottom 5, never saw Lees in. So
didn't he win that game?
I think he did.
I'm pretty sure he did.
It might be the one he won. Yeah.
I know that happened at least once in a seasonal where I remember. I think I may have been casting that game, or maybe I was watching you cast it. I don't remember, but it was Majin. It was Majin just not finding Lee Sin, and then I remember thinking in my mind, "Wow, this is unlucky for Majin," who of course is a friend of ours. So I'm internally, if not externally, rooting for Majin at a seasonal. But he ends up winning the game. Yeah, because you don't need Lee Sin. It just makes things a lot easier a lot of the time.
Yeah. We've got our resident TK Rocket expert in Chaz Terman mentioning the no spring, no TK looking doomed, but did find the spring. The spring, so that's gonna work out.
Blessing for LW.
Just as we were talking about, the TK is super important in this matchup in particular, and it's not having that is going to hurt. Spring at least gives you the potential that you're going to continue to threaten this throughout the game, and getting it early and online early, starting to tick up is going to be very important because you need to get it done fast enough. But Falling Comet is going to be a potential answer.
Yeah, 4LW just not happy about seeing the 2 priestesses because yes, Comet is always an option, and I have to think that between 2 Solari priestess, you're certainly favored to find at least 1 Comet.
All right. Gonna continue on. 4LW probably gonna want to dig for the TK a little bit as well. Does have Betty Croker Gonna be able to give some amount of draw. And if the Soraka level up can come through, then you can start generating a lot more cards. Really dig down towards that Tahm Kench. Not getting it rolling early on does suck, but end of the day, it's only turn 5. It's not like you would have had many turns of Tahm Kench yet, so finding it in the next couple of turns can still be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, it really, if you can get the Tahm Kench out without your opponent having an attack token or Lee Sin in play, like if opponent has Lee Sin in play and they don't have attack token,
ooh, that's so big.
Oh, wow.
World W with the emotes.
You can basically like soft lock the Lee Sin out, because if they ever play Lee Sin, it immediately gets eaten, right? And it's as the Lee Sin player, it's a very frustrating game to play against if you get put into that position. Majin is in a whole other world of hurt right now with Star Spring back up, leveled up Soraka. I guess now facing down the Lee Sin. So now, like, this is a scenario where, even if we had Tahm Kench now, it wouldn't be that good because, you can essentially open kick the Tahm Kench. All right. Get some pulls, get a draw, pump up the Star Shepherd, get a little chip damage in. Pale Cascade going to take out 8-punch Pablo, but Pale Cascade looking to save him.
Yeah, it can keep him alive, and it gives you a nice, juicy target for healing. Finds
Did you know?
Soraka. Huh?
Did you know the voice of 8-punch Pablo is the voice of Silco from Arcane?
I didn't know that.
It actually is.
That's
Jason,
wild.
I believe it's Spizak or Spizak. I don't know how you pronounce it.
I mean, I knew he
also
was a very versatile voice actor, but that is an interesting fact, actually.
Right.
That is a fun fact, actually. In fact,
yeah. There's another fun card that he voices too. It is the Von Yip card that creates the Hexite crystal, the 1-mana 2/1.
I did know that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. The range on that man.
He is Silco, but also a cat.
And also the infamous 8-punch Pablo. Wait.
He's allowed to
Arena Battlecaster is Freak? What? Is this real life? There's no way.
That makes sense.
That makes sense, but that does track, but also my worldview has now been blown. I'm just going to roll more of my R's now.
All right. Gonna be an Infernum on to Lee Sin. Is he leveling this turn? Or no spells? Or just trying to get a little bit of chip.
Like it.
Or I guess even just the damage. So you can try and remove one of these.
Just kill Pablo. But here's the thing about playing against TK Raka is if you think you can kill a unit with damage, they always, and I mean always, have the astral protection.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
always.
almost certain.
There is no almost. They literally always have it. And I mean literally.
Yeah. Well, also, 4LW just has this hush. So, wow. Okay, so we played Infernum just to play Infernum. Gets us closer to Lee level up, gets us closer to Zoe level up.
Okay.
I gotta imagine that that's the logic there.
Heals Lee Sin for 1.
Yeah, heals Lee for 1. I feel like if you wanted to just heal Lee for 1, though, you go Severum, right? It's 1/2.
Did he
heal it for 2?
I guess, yeah, if he picked that this turn, then that feels incorrect, but...
Oh, yeah, I guess I don't know when he picked that in front.
I wasn't paying attention. Usually you do, but maybe there was a turn earlier where he displayed it.
He just needed an extra spell
proc.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh. No, it is a strange play. Like, I don't have a great explanation for it, but I'm just gonna mention the things that it does, right? Heals Lee 1, gives a tick towards Lee level, gives a tick towards Zoe level. Because you definitely haven't played an Infernum before. It is strange, though. I am curious as to what Majin or the reasoning behind that play out of Majin.
I just thought Lee Sin was closer to leveling than he actually is, because like my assumption is that he would, like, if I'm not paying super close attention to how many spells I've played, I would also just roughly think Lee Sin should probably be about leveled at this point in the game.
Yeah, it could be like wanted to go Infernum and then go maybe it was the Resonating Strike or Twin Disciplines.
Well, possibly,
like
yeah.
looking for lethal, because it would have been close, but you wouldn't get to 10 with 3 mana. You could never get to 10 on 3 mana, and you need to go to 10 actually.
This
no, you only need to go to 9 because the Zoe would get through as well.
Right. This is potentially scary. I don't know what the Star Spring is at, but Lee Sin has Spell Shield, which now turns off the Hush.
Yeah.
And now that means Lee Sin is going unchecked into an attack token. We see
GK,
the
a little
TK
late.
Doesn't kind of, but also not necessarily, because now Majin can't really use the. Oh, he's gonna do it now. Yes. Okay. This allows for the open attack. This actually gonna level Lee Sin to 5. Yeah. I mean, this is cake
game,
with the
right?
2 twin disciplines, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he can go to 10. He's got a spell
He needs a
shield.
second
Get a
Hush.
second Hush. Yeah. Yeah. And
Wow.
Spring doesn't quite get there. Spring's 17 to 22.
Not quite.
That's not it.
Unless
Guiding
Vigor
Touch,
doesn't
though.
do anything. That's gonna be Majin taking it.
Guiding
Unless
Touch, Pale Cascade, a couple draws.
there's no reason not to go for this, right? The Tom Kench spell is
go.
in, like, is open information. You go for it. There's nothing for 4LW can draw a card. I don't know if there's a Bastion in his deck you can draw to.
I mean, another Hush, right? Another Hush.
Another Hush would do it.
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a miss.
There's one, but you still have
Got
Pale
another
Cascade.
Got another hit or another draw. Hey, is it another
There's a
Hush?
Bastion in the deck. Doesn't
It's
find
not
it.
gonna do it.
That's game. Yeah, there was a
Wow.
Hush and there was a Bastion in the deck. So there were outs. There were outs that were there. Shakedown actually is a burst speed spell that would proc the spell shield as well, I believe.
Oh, you're right.
So
there were a
there's
lot of
actually
outs there.
Quite a few outs that were missed.
Wow.
Quite a few outs that
Yeah.
were missed. And doesn't find him. Majin
No.
pushing 20, able to find the victory over 4LW. Majin
Yeah.
and advance the grand finals of a fight night. It's been a minute since we had Majin in a fight night grand finals. It's happened, but it's been quite some time. Excited to have him back. 4LW, you're gonna have to make that losers run to try and get the rematch, because this is a matchup that easily can go either way. We could easily have that go either way, but yeah. Exciting to see. And speaking of the losers bracket, we're gonna jump in with the losers bracket when we can and try and see the end of one of the losers quarters. Tiburon and Lucer Beam going at it. Winner of that one will be facing off against Cannon, who was able to take down Bitter in the other losers quarter. So this is going to be deciding kind of where we're going from there. Lucer Beam versus Tiburon Blanco. This is 1-1. It is tied up, I believe. And we are going into game 3. So this is Lurk. We have already found a death from below for Lucer Beam.
Sure.
And we could predict potentially into a Rek'Sai. Oh, no. Another Pike there, but you can go call the pack. Not bad.
Yeah, I think with the call the pack already in hand, you probably don't want it.
Oh, there is one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there is one. Pike spell, not necessarily the best card in this matchup, but is still fine. It's still a lurk proc, and it's probably at least slightly better than some of the other options. Hit the box, a nice way to deal with a couple of units. Still get the Pike proc though. This is interesting. This is like the slowest deck imaginable versus one of the faster.
Yeah, but 2 death from belows is gonna be something for sure. As we get a bigger unit, just gonna be slammed for Lucer Beam. Put on a lot of threat with this attack token, threatening 15 if Lurk hits. can actually just threaten lethal with Waking Sands.
Yeah, I mean, Tiburon's. I'm just going Mr. Blanco. Boulevard nailed it. Why try to improve upon perfection? Mr. Blanco's deck is basically nothing but avalanches and blighted ravines and ruinations and vengeances. So Lucerbeam does need to navigate this carefully, right? Because he does have a finite amount of resources to actually end the game. Because the Pike, the Death Room Below, or whatever, is it called Death Room Below? The spell,
Death Room Below, yeah.
You need a target to play it. Otherwise, you just have these blank spells in hand that can't turn into pikes. So,
okay. Withering Whale gonna clean up some of the board, but the big beetle gonna strike for 7 still.
Oh yeah.
Down to 13. There's a Nivea. You could set up a pretty scary open attack by going Pike.
Yeah, does kill the Agnivia as well.
Yeah. Because you can go Pike, and play the 1-drop, and then just open attack. And
yeah,
it's pretty rough to actually answer this.
I wonder if Tiburon gets past here, if Lucerbeam will go for that. Yeah. I don't know. Is there a second copy of the box in their deck?
I think it's a 1 of.
Okay, if it's a 1 of, then no, it actually is a 2 of. So this actually could be pretty big. I mean, there's still a beetle coming through, so it's not like the end of the madness is upon Mr. Blanco here, but it certainly would be stopping a very lethal open attack.
Just an avalanche, not a box, but it could be a second whale. There's 3 copies of it. And we just saw one.
Does set up whale, sets up Vile Feast is not enough. Actually, no, it's not. It won't be enough if we hit Lurk, which we definitely will with Bloodbait, or the Lurking. Missed,
and doesn't matter.
I mean, it could matter. Actually, this Vile Feast is now preventing lethal.
That's true. That's true. Vile Feast does prevent lethal.
It probably won't matter in the grand scheme of things, but it seems like a needlessly risky attack to take when you have multiple guaranteed lurks here.
Okay.
Okay.
No answer.
Didn't end up mattering.
No answer. Lucerbeam going to move on in the losers bracket. Going to move on to the losers semifinal. They will face off against Cannon.
Okay.
And they're going to try and continue their run through the losers. Lucerbeam did fall to Majin in round 1. Took down Card Gamer. We just saw him take down Tiburon. So, going to be moving on to that loser semifinal. Winner of this will face 4LW. And then from there on, right, go into the grand finals. Right. Majin, of course, going to be waiting there as we see the results screen from Lucerbeam and Tiburon. Shyvana kind of popping off this tournament. I don't think it's it lost a game earlier in the set that he lost, right? But did find the win against Kever. Finds the win here.
Yep.
It looked good. Even in the game it lost, it looked like a good deck. It was looking solid. It had a lot of pressure going through against Ari Kennen. That deck just, does Ari Kennen things.
Early on into the new patch, it was the preferred Pantheon deck for quite some time. I think the refinement of Tarek really sort of pushed that to the forefront, but it's still an option. Like, I don't think the deck got any worse. It's just not as good compared to other versions, and has, I think, some different matchup tables.
Yeah, I mean, the overall sentiment is that the Tarek version is better right now, but we're still seeing Shyvana pop up occasionally. I think one thing that'll interest me a lot is seasonal. I expect to see a lot of Pantheon. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I do expect to see a lot of it. And I'm curious, like, the split that we'll see of Shyvanas versus Tareks that make top cut, because I'm sure there will be a fair bit of Pantheon that does top cut. Maybe my prediction would be 6 to 8 Pantheons to make top cut out of the
really.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna
Oh,
be
out of 32. Out of 32.
Yeah,
Yeah.
out of
For some
32,
reason,
out of
I was
30,
thinking
yeah.
top 8. I'm like,
Yeah,
wow, that's
yeah.
a big
6 to 8
percentage. No,
6 to 8
that sounds about right.
Pantheons, in the top 32. That's my just general prediction.
No, I think that's a good,
that's
a conservative estimate, I think. Yeah.
But I'm curious, like, how many are going to be Terex, how many are going to be Shyvanas out of those that make it, and that's a stat that I'm going to be looking forward to seeing once we get to seasonals. But
I'm thinking 2-1. Tarek versus
Shyvana. Wow.
Shyvana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Giving
So
a fair
4 to 2.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
but
so.
Either way, excited to see the fact that we got some Shyvana today when really all I
Yeah.
saw was Tarek in Mastering Runeterra for the most part. But yeah, with that, we've got the losers semifinal coming up. You're not going to want to miss that as we lead into the final few games of Fight Night Legends. So don't go anywhere. We return with more Runeterra in just a moment. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by the Blevins. We're about to jump into that losers semi-final. Blev, it's gonna be Cannon versus Loser Beam.
Yep.
What are you thinking about this matchup already? Jumping into this one as we take a look at that bracket.
Yeah, well, we just saw the tail end of Loser Beam's game. We did, I think, see another one of Loser Beam's games earlier as well. Looking pretty decent on his lineup. Cannon, however, is actually running a somewhat similar lineup to what Majin Bay is running. The Zoe Lee Sin, an Ari Kennen with Go Hard, but the third deck is the Pantheon Tarek for Kennen, whereas Majin Bay is running Field Amina. One thing I wanted to bring up here in the grand scheme of the event. So we've got Majin Bay sitting atop the winners bracket in the grand finals, awaiting their opponent. There are 3 other players remaining. One is Cannon, one is Loser Beam, and one is 4LW. 2 of those players, 4LW and Loser Beam, Majin Bay has already 2-0'd. Cannon, the third player, 2-0'd Kever, who's on the same exact lineup as Majin Bay. So, Cannon, if Cannon can defeat these next 2 opponents and make the way to Majin Bay, very, it has at least defeated Majin's lineup. Now, obviously, it's not a guaranteed win or anything, but at the very least, it would be at the very least, Majin is probably rooting for the other 2 players that he's already 2-0'd in this event.
Well, he's definitely going to want to play against someone he's beaten before. I think with 4LW, there should be like an asterisk there, though. I mean, it was a 2-1, and also, really, that could go either way. That lineup-wise, it feels relatively close. It feels like both sides can easily find the victory. So I don't know if he's stoked if he's going against 4LW, but might prefer that over Cannon, who was able to take down Kever. So interesting to see this setup. I think Cannon could find their way to a Fight Night victory if they can navigate through the rest of this losers bracket and make it up to Majin. But first things first, gotta get through Loser Beam, and Lurk is going to be the first deck of choice for Loser Beam. Has a Lurker on 1 and an attack token, so already a good start.
That's the way you do it.
For Loser Beam. We'll see if he actually hits, though, and there it is.
And he does. Lurk. Okay, just a regular old Lurk card, not a Rek'Sai or a Pike. I will say, if you're looking as a viewer, if you're looking at a lineup that is going to sort of be the quintessential seasonal lineup, I think Cannon is somewhere in that range of lineups that I think will be very present by top players in the seasonal, or at least it will be very much represented across the seasonal, as it is Zoe Lee, Ari Kennen, or some flavor of Ari Kennen, in this case Go Hard, and then some flavor of Pantheon, in this case the Tarek version. I think that we will see those 3 archetypes in a lineup quite a bit at the seasonal.
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly we're going to see just those running rampant everywhere as the Loser Beam hit a Rek'Sai Lurk, of course, and that's going to be all of Cannon's health actually just gone immediately. There we go.
Yeah. Close game. Literally looked over at the chat, saw Mo was just sitting alone in a chat without the ability to speak, and I look back and Cannon has no health.
Yep. I mean, that tends to be the way that Lurk goes. If they have this good of a draw and hitting all the Lurks, Rek'Sai put back on top by Loser Beam gets the second Rek'Sai Lurk.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the open attack is going to be just devastating at this point.
Some might even say backbreaking.
Some would say that.
I would say that here, that this open attack will be backbreaking.
Yeah, by some, you mean us. We would generally say backbreaking. Actually, it's not going to be, because we do have the second Dragonling. So we'll have 2 Dragonlings. I mean, still backbreaking because you do lose both of your Eye of the Dragons in order to stay alive to this open attack. So still pretty brutal. We could just see a develop from Lucer Beam, potentially. Open attack does kill off both the Eye of the Dragon, so there's probably consideration to just open attacking. But you can just develop.
Yeah, Hatchling feels nice because it's relatively low committal, or it's relatively non-committal. It would present lethal because nothing else can block. And now with the Rek'Sai as well, going to be presenting all sorts of lethal here. Not sure what Cannon was looking for off of that spell there, but
you know, the Crescent Strike that you can't cast, I think, is probably the one.
A glitch where you get to pick a Crescent Strike and a Moonglow.
Yeah,
I like it. I mean, you gotta play to your outs, right?
There's the level up from Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I get to see that.
Surprisingly, for as much lurk as I've been watching recently, haven't seen this animation too much.
No, because usually this exactly happens before the animation happens. But we do get to see the you know, what is widely considered and rated League's sexiest champion, Rek'Sai. Level up right there.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's an actual fact. Whether that's a meme or not, I can't say. I won't judge. What people vote for is what people vote for.
Not what I expected to hear today, to be honest. Or what I expected to hear
the rolled R's of the sexy Rek'Sai.
I got that.
Someone
quote
please
from
clip
Blev.
that and make that a. I'm gonna make that a button. I should have made it a button.
Purring,
not saying it again.
And I got Blev rolling his R's. So that's my day. How's your day going, chat?
Yeah. Yeah, how is your day going, chat? And if you're typing out a message and you see, oh, emote only, that's because you're at the wrong channel. Yes, I'm talking about you who just tried to say something in the wrong chat. Head over to GiantSlayerTV, twitch.tv/GiantSlayerTV, not GiantSlayer LOR. We're going to be shifting channels over here. Come hang out with the rest of us as we get into this Lee Sin mirror.
Lee Sin, Mirror, Lucer Beam, and Cannon. Lucer Beam, very known for this list. Probably the list that put Lucer Beam on the map, especially in his early tournament successes. A lot of them coming off of the back of the Lee Sin, and also having quite a bit of ladder success playing this deck as well. Going with the Wounded White Flame, going to be swinging in on the Zoe, and will be able to just nom that up.
Yep, a lot of this matchup is, you know, the first check is, do I have Lee Sin versus does my opponent have Lee Sin? If I do and they don't, a lot of times, you know, the game kind of, it's pretty obvious what's going to happen there. If both players are playing a relatively even game in terms of Lee Sin, a lot of it comes down to mana and opportunity advantage, right? Lucer Beam able to develop a Lee Sin here. Now, you know, sort of putting the onus on Cannon to develop something. If Cannon tries to develop a Lee Sin here, not actually a ton of answer for Lucer Beam. I like this non-attack. The chip damage doesn't do anything, and you don't want to get behind in mana, even if your opponent doesn't have a Lee Sin.
Yeah, it was a quick pass back for Lucer Beam, knowing he can eat up all that mana. Just go to the next turn, not worried about the attack at all. Just going to lead with the Seventh Blade. Will get nopified, but he's got a second one that he can look to play a little bit later, and that one he can consider protecting. Just going to eat up another Zoe with the Hush. Wounded White Flame going to pick up yet another Fury proc.
Yep, you normally, obviously want to save your Hush for bonus Lee Sin, but Lucer Beam is so much in the driver's seat right now that you really don't need to save the Hush for the Lee Sin. I mean, Lee Sin can answer a Lee Sin. You're going to be putting a ton of pressure on right now. I suppose if there was like, if Cannon had a Lee Sin here, potentially Lucer Beam is a little bit scared, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Lucer Beam sort of take a similar line that they did last time and just sort of pass here. Or take, you know, as little commitment as needed. Lucer Beam very much in the driver's seat, and wants Cannon to react first so that he has as much information as he possibly can, before committing an attack.
Yeah, just trying to determine how much mana he can eat if he is going to pass, and realistically not going to be eat that much. So still going to get a lot of damage in with this swing. Going to set up basically just a 1-turn clock after all this, being able to chip down. This is going to be a hush. So really just a couple points of damage coming through, but with the Wounded White Flame on board and Lee Sin getting very close to the level up, it is going to be that 20 HP falling down relatively quickly once we get through here. So only 18 for now on Cannon, but that means we only need 9 on the Lee to find the kill, and we have a way to get there already with just card in hand.
It's really interesting that Lucer Beam saving the Zoe is really a hedge, right? Like, as we see, yes, Lee Sin is kind of going to go relatively unimpeded here. But obviously Lucer Beam does not have the caster vision that we do, so Lucer Beam trying not to put all of his eggs in the Lee Sin basket, using a potentially lethal Twin Disciplines to save the Zoe, and the Concussive Bomb makes a lot more sense because it's less committal, not really able to be used too offensively. But saying Lucer Beam saying I'm gonna keep this fork in play so that you have to deal with the Lee Sin, and then by the way, I'm gonna just also level up Zoe, which should be used as a win con on its own.
Yeah, and it looks like we honestly might just be lining up lethal on this next turn from Lucer Beam, this next attack token with board that he's got, the Lee Sin where he's at. He could try and slow play it, not commit too much into just the hush. Just go for a classic kick, take board control. That might just be the smarter play, right? Like, we know caster vision. He can just end the game right now. Like, it's over. I mean, well, there's a deny, so I guess it's not quite over, right? You can deny the kick. You can slow it down. But Lucer Beam can just threaten lethal like this, slow play it out.
Funny enough, this doesn't actually present lethal here. We see, Lucer Beam able to now do that with the Twin Discipline. That will basically has to meet the deny. Lucer Beam can deny, Cannon can deny, and then I think that we're just sort of left with some amount of damage going through.
Yeah, I mean, this is now just like a attack token waiting room for Lucer Beam. After this, as Cannon is still not hit Lee Sin. And that's just basically going to mean that Lucer Beam gets to just sit here, wait for their next attack token, then swing in with one kick and actually end the game now that the defenses are down from Cannon, forced to use those denies just to stay alive. Lee versus no Lee.
Yeah. Well, we talked about at the beginning of the match, that's sort of the first check. And in this game, that was the check that Lucer Beam cashed here. I don't want my opponent to have Lee, and I'll take one, please. Thank you. That's just going to be pretty smooth sailing for Lucer Beam. It's game number 1.
Yeah, the Shroom Room pulling on the Oops No Lee Sin lever a little bit too hard for Cannon.
Lucer Beam taken. Oh no, that's game 2. That's right.
Yeah,
I forgot. There was also a lurk game played.
Well, that lurk game, a game was played.
Game
sure.
in quotation
A game
marks
was played. There was a game of Runeterra that happened prior to this. I mean, honestly, this series, another kind of non-starter this time around. Cannon not able to actually do really much, as lurk just absolutely steamrolled as it can do, and then no Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. So kind of a tough way to go out for Cannon. Didn't feel like they had a lot of agency in this matchup, but Lucer Beam just going to be able to execute, pick up that win, and move on to the losers final, where Lucer Beam will face off against 4LW.
Yep.
And Lucer Beam being on, I believe, does he have 2 control decks?
He's got lurk.
Okay, no, it's an Ari Cannon and a Zoe Lee Sin. So his lineup might be a little bit better into 4LW's than Majin's is even. So this will be a little bit interesting to watch, because 4LW very heavily targeting control. There is a lurk deck here and an Ari Cannon. So which one do you ban? You probably leave the Lee Sin up. So, I mean, which one would you ban, Cliff?
Oh man, it's really tough because on the one hand, you can just okay. So if it were actually me as Blevins playing in the tournament against actual Lucer Beam, I'm leaving up Lurk because there's a chance that the deck loses for him, and I need as much help as I possibly can get. If Lucer Beam just gets the nut Lurk draw, I'm gonna lose anyway, right? Like that's fine. I need the deck to do a little bit of work for me to have a chance, so I'll leave that one up.
Okay.
Ari Cannon. Yeah, there's a lot less variance in that build.
So we'll
I need more variance.
We'll see if we'll see if 4LW agrees and decides to ban the Ari Cannon, leave up the Lurk in just a moment. We are going to run to a short break, but the losers bracket final of Fight Night Legends will return in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we just have a few more matches left. Losers bracket final coming up. 4LW versus Looser Beam. Blevins, this is gonna be a fun one. 4LW, always exciting to watch. Looser Beam, it's hard to call him an up-and-comer anymore. It's been a couple seasons now since we've had him
way past that.
Bit of a staple in the competitive community at this point, and it's gonna be fun to see him take on 4LW, a matchup we probably don't get to see enough.
No, we don't. I definitely love seeing this one. I still, even though we saw Majin end up eking out the 2-1, which notably is the only 2-1 in the entire tournament. There's 17 2-0s, Casa. Absolutely insane. But we see, I really like 4LW's lineup into this meta in general. Tree, again, if you're not looking out for Tree, it sneaks up on you. Ironically, a tree that's probably thousands of years old in the lore that grows very, very slow. It sneaks up on you if you're not looking for it. You know, we did see, you know, Majin get some, you know, invoke some answers to the tree, but for the most part, not a lot of answers for the tree or the Star Spring. And that those were the, you know, the decks that ended up getting played by 4LW. And then, you know, of course, just good old-fashioned Ari Cannon. Can't really go too wrong. Bring in the Ari Cannon Go Hard version, but it ate the ban, I think, a lot of the times here. So you're playing these two sort of like off-kilter tournament only non-meta decks that I think are really well positioned into what people are bringing.
Yeah, I mean, the Ari Cannon's almost always going to eat the ban, right? Like, unless someone brought specifically an Ari Cannon target deck lineup, that they're going to probably just ban the Ari Cannon. And so you get to play the two decks that you want to play, which is going to be the Star Spring and the Bandle Tree, trying to go for that similar win condition of a landmark that just ends the game. And here's that Ari Cannon. It is the Go Hard version that is being run by 4LW, and this has been considered by many to be the better version. But they do different things, right? They are still going to be targeting different decks. I think Go Hard, of course, going to give you better odds into aggro. A lot of people say it's better in the mirror, especially because you run sign-in, whereas a lot of time we see the Absolver version actually cuts out the sign-in, and it is a good card in the mirror. We also see Scattered Pod, which is that's crazy. We don't normally see Scattered Pod in this deck, but Loser Beam decides 2 copies of Scattered Pod should be included in this Cannonari. Maybe even further playing into the Go Hard, as it is going to be, you know, the only slow spell that you can actually pull out of the deck.
It allows you to auto fetch Go Hard. It also allows you to auto fetch Twin Disciplines at burst, I believe. Yes, which is another, I mean, very, very strong card. And then at fast, obviously, you've got yeah, you've got denies, you got notifies, recall. I mean, it's a little more of a crapshoot at fast, but I mean, you've got you know, a pretty, you've got the slow and burst sort of like tutor targets where you can automatically get them, and this is a really strong effect. Not to mention the fact that oh, Scattered Pod just turns into a 5/6 elusive on its own, and that is a win condition.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's a good card. Scattered Pod has been a card that we've really liked, kind of showing up in the meta. It was really around, I mean, it was Shen Jarvan that we were seeing. Scattered Pod kind of initially trying to tutor out your rallies. And then from there it kind of disappeared for a bit because there just wasn't like a great deck for it. We saw some Lee Sin play some Scattered Pod. And now, especially in the aloof meta, because it would protect your Lee Sin, and then also was just a good card. And now seeing it in Ari Cannon, which I think this is the first time I've seen it in Ari Cannon. But it does make sense, at least for what you're trying to do, tutoring out the slow speed or the burst speed spell. And as you said, it can be a win condition on its own. It's an elusive in the late game, which is good for your Ari if you're trying to get the resets through, though it is a bigger elusive than Ari is, so might not always want it that way.
This the Scattered Pod was actually in I at least first saw it in What Am I's Go Hard version, which to my knowledge was the first Go Hard version built, was What Am I, or very early ones.
Pod. Okay.
Yeah, and
so
then
it's an older version then.
Well, yeah, I think it was an older version. A lot of people moved away from it in favor of sign-in, which really became the, I think, sort of favored child of the two. And now I think that it's reasonable to run, you know, it's a 2-2 split between sign-in and scattered pod, and I think that they both serve slightly different functions, but they're both very powerful.
Yeah, it's just more top end than we generally see, and normally it's just 3 sign-in max, sometimes only 2. But instead this is 4 6 mana at the top for Lucer Beam. But we probably won't even see the deck. It might just be, it's probably just banned. We are gonna see Lee Sin versus Bandlewood kick things off, and there's no Lee Sins in hand for Lucer Beam, but double aloof for 4LW to try and kick the Lee Sin out. Not gonna find one though, miss. But 4LW.
Oh, missed on the Comet. We're gonna get another, I guess, much less favored reroll off of the Traveler, or maybe another Comet if we want to potentially deal with Tree.
Setting up the blocks onto Fizz and the aloof. We'll get a favorable trade, but group shot or pokey stick can deal with this blocker at any point. 4LW still having the aloof. Gonna try and hit Lee. Oh my god.
4th aloof. Right. Swing number 2 is a miss.
And now 4LW knows there's no Lee. Now you are aware.
True.
There's
very
no
true.
Lee.
Except the joke is that there actually is a Lee in Lucer Beam's hand. Or a 50% shot at a Lee, I guess.
It's true. Written in the stars can find that Lee. White Flame gonna take out Fizz. Scorched Earth.
Ooh, Scorched Earth.
Response. No getting touch. No mana for getting touch anyways.
Nope.
Does 4LW keep spamming these aloofs? You just hope that you just tag the Lee.
Well,
Poppy can be played instead, and it is an attack token. So I think that might be the call.
Yeah, at some point you gotta not just try to not lose, or not just try to prevent your opponent from winning, but you also have to win at some point.
Yeah, and without Tree, I mean, Poppy becomes your other win condition.
True. Is this just the gentleman's agreement of no crazy 5-cost cards? We're gonna play with the rest of our decks instead.
Yep, no win conditions allowed in this one.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep jamming a bunch of small units.
Conk Palm gonna stop the Poppy. Stoppy the Poppy. Not gonna be able to go in and get that buff on all of these attacks. So we might just see a pass back and forth be considered for 4LW.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of who that favors. My gut says it favors Lucer Beam, but it might not, because I mean, I think if Lucer Beam draws the Lee Sin, like if it just keeps going pass, right? If Lucer Beam draws the Lee Sin, he can win very quickly. If 4LW draws the tree, unless you're also developing other units and progressing the tree, you're not actually winning very fast by just passing. So yeah, I think 4LW has some value in pushing some damage, especially since you need board space anyway. You can get anything off of Lucer Beam's board. I think it's probably a worthwhile trade. You can just keep putting the attack out and then bringing it back and then put it out again and then bring it back. And then put it out again and bring it back.
Put your units in, take your units out.
You do the pokey and you stick them in the eye. Then you draw a card. There we go. It's the pokey stick song.
Pokey stick song. What they sing in Bandle City.
That is.
I mean, you are the mayor. Is that the
alleged?
Well, allegedly, you're the mayor.
Allegedly, the alleged bear.
Yeah, allegedly, you're the alleged mayor of Bandle City, which allegedly exists.
Yes, allegedly.
Allegedly.
All right, we now have a bigger Zoe, which can actually get killed by group shot plus pokey stick. Unless Lucer Beam wants to Will of Ionia his own Zoe, that's just gonna happen. Or deny one of the burn spells.
Yeah. Not much to deny in this deck.
True. I don't hate denying. I guess the question is, do you want to stop the 2 damage or do you want to stop the draw? I think if...
Always the draw, right?
Well, if there's another pokey stick, then Zoe's still dead.
True.
If there's another group shot, it doesn't matter, right? I guess if Lucer Beam had perfect information, I think you definitely want to stop the draw. If you're going to deny one of these two. But without perfect information, you know, another pokey stick is probably in their range.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah,
goes for the group shot.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's just it's probably it's just a conservative play, right? Or, you know, playing around more stuff, which is generally good. It's going to end up being a slight advantage to 4LW for sure.
Gets rid of a will, which is kind of useless for Lucer Beam, so he doesn't really care. He's just actually getting to dig deeper
Draws
into
another
his deck.
group shot. Yep.
Try and find his Lee Sins, and now 4LW's out of Aloof Travelers, you would think.
Right. Should
There's
be.
one more.
Yep. Okay. Takes the Winston.
Does
All right,
get
we're gonna
Winston.
Kill Poppy. Or at least threaten. And actually, it will kill Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy goes down. Did get one buff through across this board, though, so it is very threatening on the beatdown plan.
All right. Yeah, it's definitely hard to beat your opponent down when they're like gaining effectively 8 billion life every turn.
Yeah.
Right, the fourth
Another Aloof.
and a fourth miss
Goodbye,
does hit.
Blade.
Does hit a Zenith Blade though. Draw the Lee. Oh, that would have been hilarious.
Winston. Oh,
He draws the
Lee.
Zenith back up. Okay. And now 4LW draws the mini morph.
Yeah. Now you actually have the answer to the Lee, regardless of if it's played. Vandal Tree finally gonna come down.
Mm-hmm.
Guiding Touch, no Lee.
All right. 4LW breaking the gentleman's agreement says, no, fine, I'll play a win con. All right. Smash one of these Aloof Travelers. I think the tree was at 7, if I saw it correctly.
Yeah, it was at 7.
Okay.
Bomber Twin's gonna come down. Already seen a Bomber Twins. Could play the Star Spring win condition.
I mean, true. Technically legal play.
Just for fun.
Oh.
There's
Can
Lee.
we hit the telescope? That would have been so funny if the telescope was on top. But
Yeah.
there's Lee.
Lee comes down and mini morph.
Yeah.
And there's another mini morph.
Yeah. Also, Tree is probably racing the Lee Sin right now. It's at 8. Next turn we'll get 9. Yeah. Unless Lucer Beam presents lethal, Tree is just racing Lee Sin right now.
Yep. See what was created. An Icy Yeti.
Okay. Honestly, 4LW doesn't need to do anything right now. Basically needs to wait and see, is Lee going to make a lethal swing?
Booster Beam is playing one Bastion, so that does actually make you have to be a little bit concerned with these mini morphs.
That's true. There is also 2, so like 4LW can still just hit the pass button, I think. Until lethal's presented, just hit the pass button.
Booster Beam is like, all right, I'm on a clock. We gotta just try.
Yep.
He's gonna put lethal forward, and he's gonna get mini morphed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If he had the Bastion, it would be a lot scarier, but 4LW would still have the 2 mini morphs to cast.
Yeah. Okay. Board is that we're killing one aloof travelers, irrelevant. It's funny that the mini T still kicks. That's just hilarious to me. I wish there was like a little animation of the mini T kicking. They should definitely make that.
All right, and then Usari.
And then we get Batman for the win.
Yeah. Batman picks it up. 4LW gonna find game number 1.
Yeah. With
the Bandle tree over Lee Sin. Now it just comes down to Soraka. Can Soraka find the win over Lee Sin? We saw a very close match between Raka and Lee Sin earlier against Majin K. And not having the early Tom Kench was, I think, one of the big catalysts of that matchup. And so if 4LW can find that early TK, might make a big difference going up here against Booster Beam. But, still, definitely a way to come back. I think Lurk into Soraka is a reasonable matchup, right? Like, Lurk should have a good time there. So I think the attack values are too high for Raka to deal with. That's my thought. At least I haven't played too much.
They get high enough very quickly, for sure.
Yeah, but I think the attack values are too high.
Yeah, there's some amount of fearsome as well, which is a known good strategy against TK Raka, at least in general.
Yeah. All right, gonna jam the hatchling. Oh,
sending the message.
You get in there. No, give a free damage on your.
No, you see, here's the thing. You can't fake that attack. You need to commit it.
Yeah. What if, that would have been crazy if Loser Beam had the attack token on 1 with the Rek'Sai coming off the top on 2.
Yeah, I agree. That would have been crazy.
It's going to pass. No play on 2. Going to bank the mana. Does have Sharkling and can apply Vulnerable.
Do we ever see the full shark? Like, do we know what the full, what the Sharkling grows into? Like, do we know that?
No. It's just a Sharkling.
But that Sharkling makes me think that it is like the child version of a shark.
The existence of just a normal, like a shark. But what? That's a weird looking shark. First off.
Yeah.
Secondly, how big is that shark?
If it's like is it like a? Might be a sea monster. Honestly, I don't know.
Because like with the Zersai hatchling, we kind of get an idea what that grows into. Like you see that 6 drop, it might be that one. But also, it could be, any number of Zersai.
Zersarath or whatever the other one is. Yeah, it could be a lot of things.
Is it the Redfin Hammerstown? Is that a shark? Is that?
Oh yeah, you know what? It might be. Although
Sharkling,
it's doesn't get any bigger. It's like the same size.
I mean, it's like a little bigger. Right.
Is it? Aren't they both 1/2s?
Yeah, but I don't mean in stats wise. Just look at the picture. It's like a little larger, maybe.
I don't know. I need Skarzig to do a size comparison because he does a very good
job.
He
hasn't done one of those in like a year or more.
I think I'm the only one that actively wants those all the time. Because I message Skarzig every morning, like, "Hey, when's the next Runeterra card size comparison happening?"
He did tell me to let you know to please stop doing that.
Yeah, he blocked me on multiple accounts.
Yeah, he said, "Cass, can you please tell Blevins that he can't call?
I'm uncomfortable.
He cannot call my partner at 4 a.m. and ask her to tell me to make more videos about size comparisons in LoR." He specifically told me that, Blev. You've got to stop.
Yeah, it's
Hi, can I speak to Skarzig, please?
Yeah, it just got really awkward really quickly. But anyways, Looser Beam attacking in with a full board of lurks. This, weirdly enough, you rarely see a full board of lurks.
Yeah.
Usually opponent is dead by this point, or you know, there's a one giant one or like a couple out in play. I did see it for a second at least.
Bloodbait, so can guarantee a lurk future turn. Does have a 6-drop for next turn, but really nothing to play for Loser Beam. So losing a bit of steam. However, already has 4LW down to 9. Does have a very strong 6-drop. Has the overwhelm.
True, but I'm assuming that this is going to level up Soraka. Okay, let's get some power onto Star Shepherd as well. I mean, Looser Beam has nothing to do here. You could play Rek'Sai as a blocker for some reason if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Would be no good. This is going to kill a Xerxai hatchling. It is almost going to level Soraka. A little bit of damage on Pablo.
Look, I mean, sometimes these wide boards are really good for Lurk. There are a lot of control matchups that would just be absolutely steamrolled. But running out of steam on 5, not having a play, you know, not having a predict or anything here to set up. And against TK Raka, that was able to present a board that could hold on against the wide board, and now just has a completely overwhelming, dominating board against Lurk. The Doombreakers not gonna really get through, right? Soraka can just block.
Yeah, block. Yeah, I mean, the problem when you're playing against TK Raka is that when you're attacking, if you ain't winning, you're losing, and that's a big problem. Which, you know, it sounds kind of like, you know, counter. Or it sounds pretty obvious, but if you're attacking into TK Raka and it's not winning you the game or doing a ton of damage, like, it's just getting damage on their units, and that's never good for you.
Yeah, the only thing that is worrisome for 4LW is currently no win condition, right? You can, I mean, I guess you can argue that this shakedown with the with the Star Child is going to be able to get you through. But that's a pretty big amount of damage, actually. Yeah, there's a Pablo and a shakedown, so the open attack can actually swing, but there's not really enough healing to... Wait, no, is that actually lethal?
I was just going to wonder, like, we're...
yeah, that might be lethal.
Dealing,
with the rocket healing 2 targets. Yeah. Actually,
yeah, this is almost certainly lethal.
Yeah. Never mind. That's lethal.
Yeah. It's the tertiary win condition for this deck, but it does happen. Starchild going to put this one away. Yeah, we're doing 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we're healing twice. Yeah, it's going to be enough. Wow. That's going to be 4 LW, continuing the streak of 2 zeros in non-Majin Bay matchups.
Yeah. I mean, only the one matchup against Majin is the only 2-1, right? Majin 4LW is the only 2-1. Everything else has been 2-0. Star Shepherd getting huge, healed up, takes the big chunk of damage out. You've got, you know, 8-punch Pablo, of course, with the challenge, and then you just throw down a shakedown. Pull everything to the side. Get that damage through. You don't always see that happen, but it is a win con that we do see from time to time, and find it here. 4LW continuing this tear through the tournament with the double landmark win condition decks, with the Raka TK and the Vandal Tree.
Yeah, I said it from the beginning, and I continue it now. I really like the lineup in general. I think it's a really cool meta call. I wonder if Majin considers a different ban. I mean, I wouldn't think so, considering he won, but like you said, it's kind of like an asterisk, right? Like, that was a very, very close set before, again, being the only 2-1 in the tournament we've seen so far. But I wonder if there's any consideration, or if Majin is just locked and loaded, knows the matchup tables, and is like, this is the right choice regardless. I'm going for the same thing, and I'm gonna run it back.
Hey, Yeah, and Cannon is saying that apparently we are liars. His one win has been stolen from him. Apparently, he did take a game off of 4LW in round number 1, so there's been 2-2-1s.
I don't remember writing that win in the script. I mean,
but the bracket not working. Anyways, but end of the day, we do have one match left to go. Grand finals, the rematch between 4LW and Majin Bay. It was a close set the first time around. The lineups are fairly evenly matched. It can definitely go in either direction. So you're certainly not going to want to miss this matchup. Don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends Grand Finals when we come back. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. We've got one game left, Blev, or one set, maybe two. A couple sets left in the grand finals here. We're going on to Majin Bay versus 4LW. Before we jump into all that, of course, though, Blev, why don't you go ahead and break down that format one more time for us so that we can remind the people of what we're doing here today, especially with those changes coming through.
We're going to tell the people what we're playing today. Of course, this is the brand new format. This is, I think, no, this is still old format, but we're playing a new format, and by new, I mean it's Riot Lock. We're still playing Riot Lock, bringing 3 decks, just like the seasonal. If you're used to the seasonal, we're bringing the same format. So now a lot of what we're seeing today, perhaps we're going to be seeing in the seasonal as well. I don't know how close people are keeping their secret strategies to their chest or not, but we're certainly looking to emulate that, and that's what Fight Night's going to be moving forward, right? This is a choice we made a while ago, and now happy to see it implemented as well as the new day. I think I'm having fun on a Monday night. I hope everyone listening in as well is too. But Casa, playing the new format, we're still, the bracket reset is possible. If Majin wins, it's over, right? If 4LW wins the first best of 3, there will be a bracket reset, and we'll play another BO3. But here, Casa, the land of 2 zeros is what this Fight Night has been.
A desolate landscape. No full best of 3s in sight. If you ignore the
barely any ones, barely any ones at all.
Only one left. One is the loneliest number, of course.
True.
After all, 4LW, the only one with a single win in a matchup, looking to turn that into a 2 against Majin Bay twice in a row. If they can, try and get the first place here in Fight Night in the $50 money match that we tend to have here at the end of the day. Both of them already securing their invites back to next week's Fight Night, but gonna want that extra sweet cash in their pockets after this victory. And of course, the glory of just being a Fight Night champion. I think both of these players do have a Fight Night under their belts. 4LW has one. Majin wrote about one in a rap song, actually. So
true.
If you haven't checked out the Majin Bay rap, he does talk about how Fight Night was a much more important achievement for him than the seasonal was. And as much as I sound like I'm memeing, he actually, that is actually in his song. So, they're both Fight Night champions looking to return to that glory, try and pick that up. Majin trying to do it with Triple Ionia, 4LW trying to do it with some landmark decks, and we'll ignore the Ari Kennen that's also in the lineup because it's probably just getting banned, and we're gonna see Bandletree and Rockatom.
I mean, it has a landmark in it, so that I guess you could still call this a landmark lineup. I mean, every deck has landmarks in it.
Yeah, sure, yeah,
but not necessarily the win condition, or at least not the biggest win condition. But as much as I love Majin's been playing great. I like the lineup. I really like 4LW's lineup in this tournament specifically. I really like the double landmark deck. I mean, it's like, hey, do you want to play these weird off-kilter decks that are probably favored against what you're putting up, or at least you don't have a ton of reps against them, so I'm getting some equity there? Or do you want to play against Ari Kennen, which no one wants to play against, I don't think, if they have the choice, which you do have the choice in this event. So I really like where 4LW's lineup is sitting. If I were playing in the seasonal, I would at least consider jamming some reps with a lineup like 4LW, because I think it does, especially 4LW doesn't need this extra equity because he's a very strong player in his own right. But a player like me, I want every advantage I can get, right? I want I want matchup diff to be in my favor. I want my opponents not to be super well versed against what I'm playing. I think 4LW's lineup certainly puts you in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, it really is smart against the heavy control field. I mean, you queue into a tournament where you've got Lucer Beam, Majin Bay, and Kever, and I can see why you would go for a Lee Sin target lineup, because you can pretty much guarantee 3 players at minimum are playing Lee Sin, and 4LW does hit that perfectly. And You know, Lee Sin did find the win against 4LW earlier, but that was on the back of a couple comets, and 4LW missing out on a bunch of different ways to have turned that around and actually found the victory. So can Lightning strike twice? Can Majin pick up the win with Lee Sin yet again? These are the questions that we're asking as we go into the grand finals. Can you stop the Rocket-Tom train coming through? Because if not, we might end up seeing Rocket-Tom randomly making it a resurgence at seasonals once again, as it continues to do almost every seasonal. Didn't Boulevard have a stat about this? Wasn't it every seasonal we see a Rocket-Tom top cut? Or did that finally break? That might.
I think it finally broke last time, but yeah. I think it actually goes beyond seasonal. I think it's like every tournament with more than X number of players, there's at least one TK Raka in the top 8, and he's got the stats to prove it. I do think that the last top 32 did not, if I recall correctly, I don't believe that there was a TK Raka in the last top 32, but I might be misremembering. Either way, it certainly has some representation in many tournament top cuts, and I would not be surprised if we see it again here. It's certainly at least a little more in vogue right now for a lot of the reasons that we're seeing in this very event. But we're starting it off, Casa. We're seeing it right away. TK Raka versus Lee Sin on the side of Majin Bay.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if Majin's able to take the victory in this matchup, it definitely increases his odds quite a bit of being able to finish off the series, pick up the win. Gonna start out with a Zoe, no Lee Sin in hand to kick things off. 4LW though, no Star Spring, no Tahm Kench.
Now, I do want to bring this up before we get into the meat of this match. We're getting a really great question from a viewer. Has no one tried to target Ari Kennen with a line? Has no one tried to target Ari Kennen this tournament? And I would argue almost everyone has targeted Ari Kennen in this tournament with a ban, because that's what you want to do. You don't want to play against that deck. Get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw target lineups in Mastering Runeterra over the weekend, and honestly, you know, one of them actually won the tournament. Finny bringing a target lineup with Spiders, Pirate Aggro, and Ari Kennen with Go Hard of his own, targeting the Ari Kennens and actually picking up a win in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apparently still banned AK sometimes though, so there it is. Aggro lineup.
Aggro lineup. I mean, even when you have a deck that is favored, air quotes, against Ari Kennen, I still think we're definitely not seeing anything favored like TK Raka was favored into Anivia. Let's say that. We can say that with the utmost confidence.
Oh boy, yeah. Definitely so. Moonglow on to Zoe, just gonna preempt a shakedown.
Okay. This keeps the spell shield on Zoe, but also gives her vulnerable. The other option was to use the shakedown to pop the spell shield and not have her have vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, use Z4LW Darius emote because he top decks the Pablo off the top.
Oh, right, it was top deck. Okay, yeah. I'm like, so it kind of doesn't matter here, but still funny.
Okay. Brother, you just considering the pulls.
I was gonna say you probably want to not have the Codger get killed here, even though you could save it with Guiding Touch, and this does prevent.
Yeah, I mean, you could just hold the Codger back and not swing into the Dragonling at all. But this is just having more damage on your units, but you don't have a Star Spring, so
right.
It's just getting your Soraka to a faster level up, I suppose. And Majin doesn't let the Raka take damage, so foregoes the life gain.
Yep.
To prevent Raka from taking damage. And Star Spring is found for 4LW.
Yep, found Star Spring before we see Lee. Still no TK though. Tahm Kench, and specifically an early Tahm Kench, can be very hard for Lee Sin to deal with, because it basically means you have to jump through a lot of hoops just to even be able to play your Lee Sin. Because you can't develop a Lee Sin into an active Tahm Kench, it'll just get eaten. And you know, that means you really never get a chance to play Lee Sin and then open attack and kick, because if the Kench is out early enough, it just avoids that whole problem.
All right, but yeah, Starspring is online. Raka is leveled up. Plenty of ways to deal damage to themselves as well. 4LW has a lot of these, you know, Codgers, got the Boxtopus. Does have additional ways to damage their own units as well, with the Broadback Protector be damaging itself each turn.
Yep. This is probably going to be attempting to kill Zoe, because Zoe looks like she's very close to leveling up. I am imagining this will call for a Concussive Palm, which will then, I think, get a Bastion for 4LW.
Yeah, it seems like that might be the case. If Majin can level the Zoe, though, she does get out of range.
True.
Wouldn't be out of range of the Bastion, though, because it would increase the attack to 4.
Right. It's like thinking about the Bastion. But also, does the Zoe level up on the next spell and it's kind of a moot point?
7
no,
of
only
10.
7
No,
of 10.
see, you can definitely Bastion here.
Unless we go Guiding Touch, we Super Cool Star Chart into like Moon Glow. Moon Silver, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this work. Hush works too.
Yep.
Okay.
Hush worked. That's gonna be a leveled
right.
Zoe, so it just comes down to how fast can this Starspring go. It's at 9 of 22.
Would need like even a second
TK.
hush. Okay. TK is interesting because the leveled Zoe is nice, yes, but right now is not really that scary. Okay. Zoe is leveled though. And I mean, she's going to be able to now invoke on her own. Oh, let's attack in with impunity. And it's going to put Star Spring to 10.
Yeah. You can have a lot of looks for the Obliterate for the Starspring now with Behold the Infinite.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, Tahm Kench. Puts a bit of a damper on things as now Zoe will slowly be eaten.
Okay.
Moon Silver
right here.
Cosmic Inspiration.
I mean, Destroyer can just give the Overwhelm as well, and it's just a big threat.
And another Spell Shield.
Has to be dealt with.
Ooh. That's actually really nice because now, like, Tahm Kench can use an Acquired Taste, pop the Spell Shield. Majin can now play the Destroyer, re-give Spell Shield. Oh, okay. Or we can just, you know, try to kill Zoe.
Yeah, killing Zoe gonna be solid.
Okay. Thinking about where is Tahm Kench coming in to attack or not. Looks like he is going to rumble here. Getting a little bit of chip damage in. Probably, I mean, certainly not the most threatening thing for Majin here. Like, you know, going down to 11, that's fine. You're not really that scared. Equinox. Trickster, there's a win condition, potentially. Giving the whole board elusive. Or at the very least, giving the Destroyer elusive is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Also go with Challenger.
Giving the board elusive and just trying to end the game is not a bad look. You'll be able to play the Destroyer on this turn, and then you can just jam Trickster on your attack token.
Yeah.
Pretty close to just ending at that point.
Yeah. All right, Pale Cascade going to save Zoe. All right, 4LW looking for something, does not find it, but this is going to be pretty big. I mean, I don't know what Destroyer will be at, but it's going to be pretty big. Another spell? Stun. Okay. Majin saying, let's see, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're just looking to give all of this elusive and then just play the Destroyer after as a big unit?
Yeah, I suppose so. Could still just wait. I mean, it's only turn 9, so you can't play both next turn.
Right. Majin taking the pass, though. 11. This will put Star Spring up to 12. Oh, also, yeah, wants the... probably doesn't want to do anything until Tom Kench casts this spell, so that makes sense. I think maybe now we see... Trickster. It's possible we see Trickster. Majin may still take this pass. Majin deciding. Looks like he's hovering the Trickster. Not sure which direction he wants to go. With the pass.
Goes with the pass. Probably is gonna definitely take that. Star
Yep.
Spring just gonna take one more. It's 10 more healing.
Yep.
Not a fantastic way to get there yet.
No.
Broadback Protector is gonna help 3 per round, but
Right. Priestess. There's a comet. Okay. That
Yeah.
really slows the clock down. Or are you just eating Kench? I'm not sure. Probably just the Star Spring, I have to imagine.
it does feel like it's gonna be the Star Spring.
It feels kind of like it has to be. Maybe not. Let's get your Zoe back. That's not nothing. Yeah, Trickster. Still have Comet mana. This is 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 2-turn clock. Lighted Mystic will, I think, will certainly change that.
LW, that's grant an ally 1/1. You gotta grant an ally 1/1.
Yeah, you have to replace something first.
Yeah. So you replace your unit and give an ally 1/1. There you go.
All right, we got there.
There we go.
Okay, there it is.
Nice. Got there. Lot of little arrows. Lot of places to go.
Yep.
I have to admit, I've probably done the same thing on like a obliterate a unit, then do effect, then
Yeah.
do effect.
I have to admit, I've definitely done the same thing. All right, Majin getting maximum comet value. You know, effectively obliterating 2 additional units that 4LW had to overwrite. But 6 life coming through. Going to be a at least a little bit tougher of a clock to surpass here for Majin. Destroyer certainly makes me think that we're going to be in the realm of presenting lethal next turn.
Yeah. This hand's not very good at all for 4LW.
Yeah, it is not. Can't imagine wanting to put Tom Kench into harm's way. I mean, yes, you have a Hush as sort of a backup plan, but attacking with Tom basically means you're discarding a hush in my mind. So I like the non-attack there. These attacks go through. And Majin really doesn't care much about putting damage on the units when there's no Star Spring. Okay.
I'm just thinking 4LW's hanging on, but he doesn't have a fantastic win condition currently. He does have the Tom.
Right.
But Destroyer can come down. It's going to be a major threat. There's a lot of pumps for it. Can Majin actually press through enough damage, though, I suppose is really the question. Still looking for Lee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tom's just not tanky enough quite yet to fully control the board against big threats, but 4LW's really digging for another Star Spring. That's a Raka. If they find Star Spring, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah. 3, 6, 9. Plus 6 is 15. I mean, technically, Majin could present lethal, but that loses to a bunch of things. Or it doesn't win against a bunch of things, at least. Also, I am forgetting that these broadback protectors are going to gain life, so that plan goes out the window.
There's a Star Spring.
There's a Star Spring, but there's a Lee Sin.
Okay. Well, Majin should be able to find the 20, but it's Lee Sin or Destroyer, not both.
All right.
There's Destroyer.
Open with Destroyer. I like it. 11 power Destroyer.
Okay, you get rid of Bitty Croaker.
Sure.
Is Astral enough defense? Because that's going to give you a lot of HP.
Yeah. So it fully heals and then gives +4, right? So that would be 11 on... That would be 11 on Protector and on Soraka, so not enough. Oh, but it will be enough. It would be enough with Hush as well.
Yeah.
Which I think is why we are proccing the Tom Kench spell. Ooh, this Will of Ionia is going to give... Oh, bring the Zoe back and give the Destroyer elusive. Oh
my god. All right. So you have to hush your TK so that it doesn't actually have the Zoe anymore?
Okay.
But now you can't hush the Destroyer, which was the original plan.
Yeah. Okay. This looks not as good.
I mean, he can sacrifice Soraka with buffs into the Destroyer to stop a lot of the damage.
Yeah, you can put Soraka up to 11 or Broadback Protector up to 11 as well. So that would be a block.
Yeah.
Taking 3, 6, 9. Yeah, it's probably not.
It's close.
Certainly not
but
lethal, I don't think.
It's not dead, right? It's very close.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's not even presenting yet. Only 2 minutes. Oh, he just passed that. Wait.
Yeah,
oh, he's got the buff
4LW
still.
doesn't.
Yeah. He's got the buff.
4LW doesn't need to.
Yeah, he doesn't have to put anybody else forward.
Yep.
That makes sense. This is actually, oh my god, that's so smart. He's just doing the bare minimum so that he can set up a huge Star Spring. Yeah.
Yep.
And then he just wins with Star Spring. That's so good.
Yeah, it goes
that's
to
so
1.
Good.
Do we win?
And then you conjure.
Star Spring?
And then you wish.
Conjure,
and that
wish.
might just be...
It's going to be a lot.
How close is this to just ending the game right now?
I don't know.
Is it just...
Let's see.
Is that just 20... Oh, it's
21! He doesn't
it's
gain another?
off.
Wait. 1 off. Wait.
But they'll take damage and then they'll heal. I mean, it's fine. It's over. That's so fun. He almost just had it there. That would have been so stylish, right? If it's exactly 22, that would have been just like the perfect game. But, you know, You get there anywhere, and now it's just like, can Majin invoke right now? That's like the big question.
Right.
Is can Majin invoke?
I don't think so.
Well, no. Maybe, yeah. I don't think there's any
wow.
way to invoke. What a crazy game. That was so well played at the end there.
That was, yeah, insane for sure. And that's 4LW flipping a matchup that they lost previously. And I think, you know, the matchup tables would say that's, I think, favored for TK Raka. I think.
I believe so. I believe it is.
Or it's going to be close either way, but I think it is favored in general. And that's one that they lost last time.
Yeah. Matters on champions, right? Like if Lee's there really early, you don't have a TK, you don't get a Raka, you know, you don't get a Star Spring. Like there's a lot of things that can play into factors on the draw. It's very draw dependent, but I think TK Raka should have a big favor there. As long as they can hit those champions, which they should be able to. They have good ways to control variance, a lot of draw in the deck.
Yeah, for sure. But this is another matchup that I don't think Majin is favored into. And knowing Majin, and he actually brought this up while we were casting on Saturday. Majin, if they go down again, if he goes down a game, he's gonna play the deck that he thinks is weaker into the matchup first, so that if he overcomes that, he's got a better time in the second game. That's just his preference. It doesn't really matter, like game theory wise, it is almost irrelevant. It's more of a mindset thing.
So important note, the funny thing about Bandle Tree, and I'm surprised 4LW didn't go for this, Blev, but Minion was offered there, and you actually can set up the Minion OTK from a Bandle Tree deck, which is interestingly enough, yeah.
Wow.
So, you know, 4LW doesn't go for that win condition, though. Didn't think that was, it's a lot less consistent than the normal way that you would play Bandle Tree. So, you know, it is understandable that 4LW doesn't go that way, but it is important that we bring it up that, you know, it was offered, could have gone for Minion OTK here. And it is just a deck that can do it as a side condition.
Well, it's crazy because, you know, 4LW clearly didn't read the Fight Night Handbook, which says if you pull off the Minion OTK in a Fight Night, you win the entire event on the spot, no questions asked.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
But, you know, sometimes, you know, you go for consistency rather than panache. But I think Bitter would have taken the Minion there. Just saying.
Probably would have gone for the OTK, I think. For sure. All right. We get the Poppy. Jam down, attack token coming back to 4LW. Can just go for the open, try and get the immediate value. Make sure you don't get conk bombed on your Poppy right away. What? Reconsidering? Maybe?
I don't think order is relevant here, but oh no, it is relevant because there's the life steal. So, except it doesn't matter where the life steal blocks. The same amount of life is going to be gained. Ooh, people in chat asking what the Minion OTK is. Cringe, honestly. What a cringe question to ask.
Call them cringe. Come on, man.
Why not? It's cringe. It's pretty cringe. Wait, cringe means good, right? Cringe means great because you're in the right chat, that being twitch.tv/GiantSlayerTV, not GiantSlayer LOR. If you're wondering why you can't chat and why you've been staring at a chat of emote only, and that we've been interacting with this ethereal chat that you're not in, it's because you're at the wrong channel. Twitch.tv/GiantSlayerTV is the right one. Head on over and follow. That's where we're going to be doing the broadcasts from here on out. But we're back here, 4LW. The tree is a-growing.
Yeah, able to get Noxus and Shadow Isles with the House Spider. PNZ already down, Demacia down, Ionia down.
So we need what? Shurima, Bilge. Oh, Freljord is also down because we had the Proto. Not yet. Right. We have the Proto-Poro in hand. No, we had one in play.
There was one on board. There was one on board. Yeah.
So
Shurima
will do it.
We also have it in hand currently. The Bandle Tree in hand. 8 of 10.
8 of 10.
Yeah.
I think it's Bilge and Targon. That's my guess.
Yeah. It was currently hovered on our screen, but yeah, good guess.
I mean, I can't read all the regions that fast. We do have the Comet from Majin Bay, the classic at this point. Oh, the Comet is in play. The Comet's in hand, but Aloof is in play from 4LW. Wait, the tree into Aloof to hit the Comet? No.
You can. It can work, and
I mean,
Comet
it
is gonna be
will
the highest,
probably work.
It's the highest cost card that Majin can have.
What?
Right?
Why? What is this Pokey Stick doing? I guess does this just set up open attack lethal?
It's a
That's
lot
also
of pressure
probably
on the
good.
open. I mean, this is a
That's
scary
also probably
board.
good.
It's a very scary board. If you can threaten lethal on your open, I mean, you do that.
4LW does this good thing of math that I tend not to do.
And this is the thing. He goes for the consistent play, right? He didn't go for the minion OTK. He's not going to go for just the bandle tree style points here with the
no
aloof.
panache.
He's just going to put in the work that he needs to do, right? He's going to push forward with the open pressure with Poppy. He can then follow up after Majin spends a bunch of mana with the bandle tree.
3, 6, 10. Gonna go up to 3 here, I think.
Goes to 3 and holding on to... Never mind. I was going to say holding on to a mana for a Comet, but we are going to get that bandle tree being able to be slammed.
Yep, but now... If bandle tree gets slammed, we don't have... we won't have aloof mana to get rid of the Comet. If you're 4LW, you know that there is a... You know that there's a Priestess card in hand. And it hasn't been played yet.
Yeah.
Comet is certainly in Majin's range here. Maybe thinking that if Majin is spending 6 of their mana this turn, that I'm just winning with the attack anyway.
Yeah, that seems to be the thought. Because if not, you would definitely be slamming this bandle. Or this... Geez, bandle. Yeah, that's the entire region. You'd be slamming this...
Put the whole region in play.
just put the whole region down. You'd be playing this Aloof Traveler. And Majin... If he comments, he's dead. And if he doesn't comment, he's dead. So... It's a bit rough.
Little bit. Yeah, Majin at 3. I mean, you have to go for the Comet because it's going to kill you, I guess, technically faster. It'll kill you faster. 4LW, I mean, could play Dreadway. That's certainly, I think that would almost make up for the lack of panache in the rest of the match. But again, going for these consistent plays, it's not what I'm here for, Casa.
Yeah, goes with the wide board. Mini morph on to Zoe.
Yep.
Gonna be able to block that, get rid of one of the blockers, set up the open attack. That's gonna do it, right? 4LW is gonna get the bracket reset here, picks up a 2-0.
Yep.
Over Majin.
4LW saying, sorry I lost a game, or sorry I lost last time. I ruined the perfectly 2-0 entire bracket of Fight Night, but I will continue it here. 2-0 for the bracket reset, and now all bets are off. Whoever wins this best of 3, it's over. And if I'm Majin, man, that didn't feel close. This feels like I'm just gonna beat up on Lee Sin. I'm gonna 2-0 Lee Sin over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, minus 36 there for Majin on the HP total after that one. And Lee Sin having a really tough time getting anything going against this lineup. And yeah, I mean, 4LW just targeting Lee Sin into this Fight Night lineup, which I mentioned it before. You look at this Fight Night lineup and it's like, wow, yeah, targeting Lee Sin makes sense. Majin, Loser Beam, Kever. You know, we saw Lee Sin from Canon as well, right? So it's just been everywhere.
There's a lot of Lee Sin today. And it is a deck that has polarizing matchups. You know, I think, again, we've been speaking the praises of this lineup. I really, really like it here. I really like the lineup. I think this is a lineup that I can say without a shadow of a doubt, we will certainly see something similar to this in top 32. whether it is a good choice, it's less of a good choice, I think, for a field as large as the open rounds and the 1032, because this lineup is very precision. It is a surgical lineup that is taking out something specific. It is not I'm going to play a wide field. I'm going to play against a wide field here and take down just random decks. It does not work there.
Well, someone will absolutely try. Someone will absolutely take this lineup card for card into the seasonal. I just can feel it.
I don't think it'll be 4LW.
No, I kind of doubt that as well. I don't think it's going to be him. He'll probably play something a lot more consistent.
But he could bring this to top 32, though.
Yeah.
You could definitely see him running it back.
I agree, especially because we tend to see Lee Sin spring up more in top 32. So this feels nice. But Majin, he's just going to try something different. He's just going to try another look. He's like, hey, maybe this is the final series. Let's try and grab a win with Field of Mina before having to take Lee Sin into the Rocket Kench.
Yeah. I wonder if he changed the ban. Nope, doesn't look like he did.
No.
So Majin just running it back, saying, you know what, I beat it before, and really just needs to get the one win on Lee Sin. If you can overcome that matchup, yes, I do not think that he's favored, but like we talked about before, like at worst, I think in this case, maybe a 70-30. It's probably even better than that. So, you can roll some dice, high roll maybe, get some extra comets and still get a win with the Lee Sin.
All right, Baraka already very close to leveling up. Has a Mentor of the Stones to try and make this attack a lot more threatening. Not going to be able to actually threaten the kill onto Trundle, though. Will be one off of that damage.
Nope, pretty close, though. You are able to... Oh, no, you can't double support the Pablo, unfortunately, but RLW doesn't need to attack. Just take the Raka level up and be fine with it.
Yeah,
So, you know what?
Continue to sit towards the Star Spring win condition, right? I mean, you're just trying to win with that before Majin can get the Field of Rush online, can get the pressure online. You mentioned that the first time we watched this matchup, there's not really a great way to deal with Star Spring, but the last time 4LW kind of missed on that, and Majin was able to pick up a win with Field of Mina.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an awkward draw. If I recall correctly, it was an awkward draw from 4LW, just was not able to find pieces, and then Majin I think just played Trundle and Tryndamere and didn't even matter. The Field of Rush was not even over.
Never mind. That
was against Bandle. Okay.
So it hasn't been this matchup, but still the same process, right? Where you actually can't deal with the landmark.
Right. Okay, this is not killing Trundle, but it's also not killing Pablo. All right, we're going to shake down, get some additional damage. Okay, now Hail Cascade will threaten to kill Trundle.
Yeah. So it'll probably force out, just Conch Palm, I imagine.
Yes. Conch Palm feels the best because you actually want the Pablo healed up. I guess you could will, but it's just, essentially putting a lot of damage onto the Pablo, which I don't think you want.
Yeah, I mean, it gives another opportunity to heal Pablo for 3. Beatdown game plan almost turned on as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it before, and Pablo took a couple swings at Trundle, wasn't able to take him down. Tom Kench now licking his chops. He's a Troll King, and he's hungry. He's hungry.
I'm hungry.
I ate some Honey Nut Cheerios earlier. I'm feeling good.
Solid. I don't know if I want Troll, though. I will admit that. No.
trying to think what troll would even taste like, especially ice troll. I don't even know what they
Can't
eat.
imagine that it's great.
What do they even eat?
What do
Elnook?
trolls eat? People.
Yeah. Eat people?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
In LoR lore, they eat people?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I can see that. Yeah, I mean, you know, trolls. You know, a lot of humans probably haven't tasted much troll, is what I'm imagining. Only partially because they're fictional creatures.
You know, that would be my guess too. All right.
But even if they weren't, I don't think you're easily killing a troll.
Yeah. Also, they're very muscular. I think they'd be incredibly tough.
I think. I bet an Apache helicopter could probably take out Trundle if I had to guess. Although maybe not in the Freljord. You can't really fly those. You don't want isekais? Okay, fine. I'll just think of something even dumber to talk about.
Bring up an Apache helicopter.
Yeah,
taking
versus
on
Trundle. Who wins that, chat? Type 1 if you think it's Trundle. Type 2 if you think it's the helicopter. But type 3 if you think it is Feel the Rush, as we have Feel the Rush coming out on the side of Majin Bay.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it starts to get dicey, right? Because you're trying to finish off the healing condition for your Star Spring, but you're staring down to 10-10 overwhelms. Trundle is going to get even stronger on this swing. It is time to troll. And he's coming through. Yeah. There is the ability to potentially go for a Hush play, but you don't have the damage to actually kill the Tryndamere with the Hush, which would have been kind of your optimal way to play it, but Pablo gets pulled by the Ice Pillar.
I will say we're roughly even in the chat, thinking if Trundle or an Apache helicopter would win in a battle. So undecided.
Yeah, well, we're at 14 now on the heal. Raka can block any 10. And the heal comes through. Wish can be cast. Is that? Oh, that just gets us there.
Oh.
That just gets us there. That's GG. 4LW
That'll do
grabs game number 1.
All right. Well, sometimes, again, 4LW notoriously good at math, or at least notoriously good at doing the basic math required to win with these decks, as able to count to 22. There he is, game number 1 in the bracket reset.
His math is good. His lineup building philosophy is fantastic. I mean, it makes sense as a philosophy PhD student that his philosophy would be on point when it comes to LOR, and able to pick up yet another win in this series. Majin just not able to buy a victory even after taking down 4LW in the winner's bracket. It just feels like the lineup is just not working out in the heads up with 4LW, right? Got Majin here, but it feels like this is not the matchup he wants. It's not something that is really able to be beat frequently with the decks that he has. And now Bandle Tree, this is the matchup that Majin won in the previous set before getting that pretty miraculously win, you know. But I don't know if this is favored. It just felt like got to the big units quicker than 4LW was able to turbo to the Bandle Tree.
Yeah, for sure. I think, I mean, you can't look at this as a viewer and say, oh, well, Majin's lineup is trash. It loses to 4LW's. No, because, you know, especially in a season or even a seasonal top 32, it's like you go in with a plan, right? And sometimes that you guess right on that plan. In this case, 4LW, I think, you know, the proof is in the pudding. At the very least, we can say at this point, regardless of the outcome of this final set, it was a good call, right? Like going into the finals favored, even though you've already lost a set. I think just on paper, you're favored. You really can't ask for more than that, right? There's another, you know, there's an alternate universe where, you know, 4LW has a different target, and all of a sudden Majin's lineup looks really good for this, and we're calling him, you know, the lineup genius here. I think both of these lineups are very good. It's just depending on the tournament, you've got one that looks, you know, better or worse, especially when you put pair them heads up.
Now we got triple aloof again for 4LW into the field rush. So try and deal with those top end units best you can, as Majin is ramping. Feel the rush is found. We see the emote from 4LW.
Oh,
He now knows that there is a feel the rush there because it's been tutored.
Yep. The double-edged sword of Scattered Pod. It's that, you know, that is the reason why it's only everyone's second favorite pod.
Is the cephalopod your favorite pod?
The cephalopod is everyone's favorite pod.
That's
obviously.
our favorite pod.
Yeah.
Yeah. We like that pod. It's a good pod.
Yeah. As long, you know, as long as he, you know, remembers to wake up in time for seasonals, he's a good pod.
Yeah.
The meme that will never die.
Oh god. All right. Well, Bilge played. Demacia played. Gonna get some P&Z down as well as we say goodbye to the Feel the Rush.
Mm-hmm. What would be funny is if there was a Feel the Rush on the top and that one got discarded, because then 4LW knows the green light to play the second one. Play the second one. All right. Get a little group shot value going here, but I have a feeling 4LW not necessarily caring that much about doing damage here, though the sentry is pretty aggressive. Probably wants to save that for a turn where you actually get an attack with Poppy, though.
Yeah, because you can still look for that win con, especially because Majin's not going to be playing that many units, so sentry being able to just take away one of the blockers allows a wide board to go pretty crazy with the Poppy.
Yep. Give it all. Give everything elusive with Fizz. Now there's some panache.
Hey,
okay. Making up for a lack of panache. Okay. I respect it.
Mini morph pickup gonna be nice against any of the big threats that come down.
Yep.
You
Very
keep
nice.
Trying to get rid of more of those big threats as well with the aloofs.
Yep. LW deciding, does he want to try to hit another, either a big threat or potentially a Feel the Rush for next turn? Does he want to just develop the tree?
Yeah, I mean 6 of 10 on tree. Trying to get that rolling. You know there's no removal for it. Ice Shard gonna clear most of the board, but back token for Majin. He can come in. That can be a Pokey Stick, or you just put the Mayor in front of it.
Rip me.
Yeah, well, he'll be missed, Blev.
Retreating bravely!
Alright, Trifarian Shieldbreaker. That gives Noxus, which is not exactly the region I think 4LW was looking for, seeing as how he does have.
Is this going to be another 4-0 Traveler game?
Yeah, another one. Yeah, how many, has it been 3 games of 4 aloofs that we've seen?
I'm just glad it's the nerfed version. Remember that when that card was a 3-4 for some reason?
Yeah. A little crazy.
Yeah, I think that's a sheesh if I've ever heard one. All right, we can. I thought that. Oh no, the last Mina got already got hit. There's Trinimir's Battle Fury gone, and now sending in, just trading a Poppy for 6 damage, or not blocking Poppy. Okay, I was gonna say I can't imagine the reasoning behind that, but I certainly trust Majin over me.
Bull Elnuck, Blevins.
The actual factual Bull Elnuck, man. Now that's a win condition if I've ever seen one.
There we go. I mean, you can just start playing some of these. Bull Elnuck. Trifarian Shieldbreaker actually not bad. It would block into the Sejuani, but we're just gonna stun the Trinimir instead. That's reasonable. That completely makes sense.
Yep.
Deny gonna come out, try and stop
can
that.
Deny skills.
You can still look for a mini morph here if you wanted to, but you have a lot of HP to play with.
Yeah. 4LW does a really good job of just saying, yeah, I'll just progress the win condition instead.
Yeah. No, I agree, right? You get Shadow Isles here with House Spider.
Yep.
Bull Elnett
and the
gonna give you,
Noxus.
already had Noxus because of the Sentry, but we're gonna get a 9 here with Reliord, and then
9.
Just gonna need one
What
more,
do we got?
and it's Ionia, and
Navori
it's
Blade Scout, and that's gonna be 4LW with the reverse
Convincing.
sweep. The bracket reset after losing to Majin in the winners final says, nah, actually my lineup is correct, and takes it down in the grand finals. 4LW.
0.
Yeah.
4-0 for 4LW at the end there, picking up 2 sweeps in a row against Majin, finishing off the grand finals with that bracket reset. But clearly, just a lineup diff here in this set. 4LW with some amazing lineup construction. Really smart to target Lee Sin in a field of Majin, Kever, Lucer Beam. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
4LW knows that there's going to be Lee Sin here. Shows up with some decks that beat it. And these decks also being good against a fair bit of the rest of the field as well. Able to just navigate, find those victories. And just amazing gameplay to see from 4LW. This, like you said, this is a lineup that I want to have my eyes on for top 32. Because of the fact that we tend to see a lot of Lee Sin players make it. A lot of really good players in Runeterra do like Lee Sin. They like the deck a lot. So we end up getting top 32. If you expect to see a lot of that Lee Sin show up, this lineup can heavily punish it. It's a cool one. A little bit harder because in the top 32, you don't see everybody bring Lee Sin. So you have to think, is it going to be good enough against the rest of the field? But in Fight Night, when it was just 8 players, you knew like half of them were going to bring Lee Sin. It was good enough. And it gets 4LW the W.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, without getting into the, the politics of the top 32 and whether you should or shouldn't know who your opponent is going to be, or whether you should or shouldn't be able to change your lineups. Like, the reality of the situation is, if you get to top 32 and you know your seeding, which you do, with a certain amount of, with a large amount of certainty who you're supposed to be playing in the first round. And in a tournament like the top 32 of the seasonal, you really just have to plan for that first game, right? Like, that's obviously the most important thing. That is what you need to win first in order to do anything else. So, like, if you're paired up against Majin Bay in your first round of the seasonal top 32, I think I'm leaning towards something that probably targets Lee Sin.
Blevins, are you saying that if Majin makes top 32, you're telling his opponent to play this lineup? You're saying, hey, play this lineup against Majin.
Well,
I'm sure he'll be stoked to see it.
Well, what I will say is we saw how a lineup that targets Lee Sin does against a Lee Sin lineup. But on the flip side, what level is Majin at? Is Majin saying, oh, well, they know that they're playing against me. I'm a public figure. So I can then bring triple aggro and crush everyone, because no one's expecting Majin to bring triple aggro.
That was the Lobster. Lobster in his first second place seasonal performance.
Yes.
He brought triple aggro. Not a single soul believed that he would have done that. And
exactly.
They got stomped by Fresh Lobster bringing triple aggro.
But now you've heard me say that on Fight Night. So if you're listening to this Fight Night,
this is why I said we can't do this. This is why I said we're not doing this. No. No. Not going there. We're done with that.
Okay. All right. Well, I tried, chat. I've been no-sirred from so many things. We didn't get to see Minino TK.
I didn't
can't roll my R's anymore. I can't be a cat. I can't talk about isekais.
I never said you couldn't do that, but it's implied.
I never said that you couldn't, but I was sure thinking it loudly.
Very loudly. Very loudly. Yeah, surely was. We are trying to set up an interview with 4LW right now. We're gonna see if we can get him. See if he wants to come have a little chat.
Little chatteroo.
Little chat. We can talk to him about the lineup a little bit. And see.
It's certainly where my questions will be leaning. Although it seems like it's pretty, it's pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, I see Majin Bay, I see Kever. it's kind of a no-brainer. Looking back, yeah, and looking back with our perfect caster vision and hindsight, yeah, 4LW's lineup looks genius, but you don't know that obviously going into the event, so you have to take some amount of risk. Like if potentially 4LW in the first round plays against like a triple aggro lineup, it might still be okay, but maybe not as much. I don't know.
Okay.
Definitely a possibility. Looks like we are unfortunately not going to be able to get the winner's interview, but I mean, hey, still a great fight night nonetheless, Casa.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we just got word that we're not going to be able to get 4LW for an interview here, which, that's all right. We know 4LW is busy, and he's got some stuff to do most likely. And 4LW, congratulations on picking up that win. Congrats on becoming the Fight Night champion once again, returning after some time. I don't know when the last time you got a win was. We've had too many Fight Nights at this point, but it does feel like it's been a minute since we've gotten a 4LW victory. So exciting to have him back, especially on just such a cool lineup, such a unique lineup. And it was honestly a very fun day of games. But Blev, I mean, that's gonna do it for us. I mean, we got nothing more to say. Other than make sure that if you were watching on the other channel, I think they've rated in here now, so I guess they're not watching me over there anymore. But follow this channel. This is where Fight Night's gonna be from now on. And just loads more Giant Slayer content here. If you like the Riot IP, you like Riot games in general, you'll find a lot of fun here. You'll find some TFT, you'll find some Wild Rift, you'll find some other things. So you want to be looking at this channel for sure. But for me, for Blev, and for the rest of the crew here at Wisdom on the Giant Slayer team, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next Monday.